Are we here? Hi. Hello. How's it going? Happy New Year. It is the second day of 2026. It's the second day of 2026. I have a very different take on time passing as I get older. I feel like it's one of those inevitabilities. Anyway, hi, how's it going? How you guys doing? Oh boy, hold on. YouTube loves to hide my chat for me like 30 seconds after I start. There we go. Hi, there you are. I can see you guys now. It's like someone drops a curtain right in front of the audience and you're just like, wait a second. I can't see you. Horrible influenza. Well, that sucks. Might I recommend some menthol and ginger? Not at the same time. You forced your cousins to watch? That's a quick way to get your cousins to secretly plan revenge upon you. Be very careful. You'll find yourself glued to the toilet seat. I am not speaking from personal experience. You can die from that, by the way. Don't do that prank. It's not safe. Safe pranks only, please. So I started a little late because I was making tea. Because I always make tea before I start a stream. And I've been slowly remodeling my kitchen all last year. And yesterday I finally finished all of the wallpapering. So I just, this morning I put my kitchen back together and I forgot to plug my kettle in. So I'm sitting there going, why the heck is my tea not boiling? And that's why I'm late. So, yeah. I also watched this really late. I literally finished watching the stream like 10 minutes ago. So if you guys think I have a whole lot of stuff prepared, no. But I do have a lot to say. So that'll have to do. It'll have to do a lot. Please talk about Dotoria. Oh yeah, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about Hoyo's one idea, one singular idea, the only brain cell in the whole company that produces stories. There's just one. Just one. Okay, my tea kettle is actually boiled now. I'll be back in like 20 seconds, and then we'll start, okay? Do we call tea spicy water, or is it just reserved for carbonation? I was thinking about this because like menthol, right? Like the stuff that makes things taste cold or make your mouth feel cold. Technically, like, isn't that in the same family as like capsaicin? So like super spicy things. So, if I'm remembering that correctly, then technically peppermint tea should be spicy water. Thought for another time, I suppose. It's not leaf juice because you don't milk the leaves. Leaf juice is like when you make a kale smoothie. That's leaf juice. You don't make kale tea. You know? Tea is an extraction. It's an extraction process. Anyway. Milk the tea. Yeah, you milk the tea leaves. Tea sweat? No, it's not tea sweat. It would be very disturbing if tea sweat. Tea, it'd be very distressing. Very, very distressing. Make a video on Waterlore, Nouvelette content. There, we'll do that in celebration of him getting a skin. That's what we'll do. I do like his skin though, although it is pretty, oh, this is not what I wanted. This is not what I meant to click on. Hold on. Um, did they not split out the? Oh, they did split out the trailer. I'm just throws me when they do the same thing on this the whatchamacallums. Is a skin in the thing? I don't know. I didn't watch this part. I didn't watch the trailer separately. I don't know if the skin is in here. I only watched the trailer, the part of like the whole thing. It doesn't seem like it is. Wait, no, it would be in the very beginning, wouldn't it? Because that's where he shows up. Yeah. Yeah. Right. He goes to Lantern Rite every year. Isn't the trailer the same? Yeah, I can never. I don't know why I have an issue remembering whether or not they put like the non-story related stuff into like the separate trailer video thing. I feel like at one point, I'm pretty sure this was the case. Like at one point, they used to do the trailer, but then at the end of the trailer, they would also have like all the events and stuff that they were adding into the game during that patch. But then they, at some point, they started splitting them out. And so now the trailer is in one, and then the events are in another one. And so it just, you know, there's that. Um, this is very, very Risley. Like, this is like, it's like they're reusing Risley's jacket model. Right? Like they gave him a suit, but it's the same coat minus the feathers with Nouvelette thingies. Like he's wearing a blend of his outfit and Risley's outfit. I don't know. I think it's funny. It's fine. It's not really relevant. It's very Love and Deep Space. Love and Deep Space has such like a variety of settings that I wouldn't know what you're referring to because there are so many. And it feels like every patch or whatever they do like a whole different like costume theme, which is completely unrelated to everything else. And I actually don't really know what's going on in Love and Deep Space. I shouldn't talk about it. Nouvelette is oh yeah, I'm gonna just change this tab. I don't want them staring at me. I don't want them staring at me. No, but I think it's funny because I think the implications with the what you call it. Oh, geez, that's loud. Loud for me, probably not for you. Where's the thingy? Oh boy, we love hour-long things we gotta scrub through, don't we? There it is. There it is. The implication with this skin was that it's coming from the Melazines, right? Like the Melazines made it for him, which is just funny to me because the Melazines probably based it off of Risley's outfit. So that's cute. Melu sent gift. Yeah, exactly. All the little hands that made it. Very, very, very cute. Did I analyze the Traveler's new skin? Not yet. We'll get there. We'll get there. Very slowly but surely. I do like this skin a lot, though. I understand why he has, like, the judge robes here, but I like this. This makes him feel so much more dapper. He's so much dapper. Okay, but we should probably get into, like, some actual analysis. I'm not gonna go through, this portion. Just so you guys know. Because like this portion, like the intro walking thing, is basically you know, it's just Columbina's journey thus far. You know. So we know her story thus far. I don't really think I need to talk about this. You know. The face model got better for the Traveler skins. Yeah. No, someone did a side-by-side comparison of the skin versus the original model. And even the hair has so much more texture. Like, you can see the model updates. The upgrade in quality of the character models has become so apparent now that they're bringing in older characters into Nod Cry and then having them interact with the Nod Cry characters because those models are so high definition that like you put them next to like Albedo and it's like, oh, ow. Albedo now looks like he's been run through a compression engine in comparison to the other non-cry characters. Or even next to Durin, which is kind of sad. It's yeah. Dainsliff needs an upgrade. Yeah, he should be next. He should be next. At the very least, they should, you know, increase the fidelity, if nothing else. Not to say that I need to give him a new outfit, but that actually is one thing. I think the Traveler skins look quite a bit like Dainsliff's outfit. Viridian Fox, thanks for this super. Can't stay as I'm working the closing shift, but I'm looking forward to coming back and seeing your thoughts and possible theories. We'll see what pops up. I came in here wanting to talk about one thing and one thing only. Well, actually, okay, two things. I want to talk about two things. One of them we'll talk about when we get to Dottore. Hold on. Which is going to include some shameless self-promotion and then one other thing from like forever ago that I want to talk about. We can't hear it all. I have the video muted because the voices will distract me. So that's why it's down. If you can't hear me though, that's a problem. It's a very big problem. Oh yeah, we can do predictions for that 6th character too. Let me write that down so we don't forget. I came in here to no plan. Yeah, no, the voices will drive me crazy if I have them on. Although I suppose I could have them play for you guys and mute them for me. I could do that. Do I want to do that? I don't know. Probably not. I don't really think I want to. Okay, we're not going to look at the trailer right now. We're going to come back to the trailer. I think I want to start with the easy stuff. So let's start... yeah, we could start here. Although maybe we talk about the chariot is something I wanted to. Okay, I see you guys talking about the chariot. I want to talk about the chariot a little bit. You can see I have some tabs in the background. I started digging a little bit because I was curious about something in relation to this, but I didn't get very far because I realized I had to start streaming like 5 minutes. So, so we might do that live. We'll see. I don't know if I want to start with Columbina because there's a couple things I want to talk about apart from her. Dottore I want to talk about later. We'll talk about Reed Miller's stuff later as well. I want to talk about Travelers first because I think that's the easiest thing to start with. Where are my Travelers at? Was it earlier in the stream? It's totally earlier in the stream, isn't it? Yeah, it is. It's earlier. It's actually probably much earlier than I thought it was. Okay, that's the quest replay bit. This is the stuff for the new Lightkeeper area. Finally a new area! It's been ages! Ugh, so long. I greatly resent Miliastra for this. I blame them. Okay, this is the Geo-Res. Where the hell is the Traveler stuff? Is it like 5 or 6 minutes in, you said? So it's before... No, it isn't. 13 minutes. Someone else found it. Cool. Okay. Yay, you're right. Thank you. Okay. Cool thing about this stuff, obviously everyone knows, they swapped color palettes, which is fun. I think Lumine kind of came out ahead color palette-wise with these skins. I'm not entirely sold on the blue for Ether. I'm waiting for the thingamabob. He also... I need to complain about, like, what... This isn't really a complaint. he looks like a child wearing clothes that don't suit him. I don't mean that as in, like, I don't like his outfit. I do like his outfit. They feel very disproportionate to his body. And I don't think that happened with Lumine. I think it just happened with Ether. It's just kind of throwing me. It's like when you see like a 6-year-old in a tuxedo and it's like a fitted tuxedo, not like, you know, a store-bought one. And it just feels really out of place. It might be the big head. Dude, wait. What happened to the... Did I miss the thing where it has both of them? Did I just skip it? What happened? I skipped it? I skipped it. Where? How? Where? How is it I can find things so easily when I'm by myself, and then as soon as I come online, it's just like, I can't find a damn thing. I'm blind. Is it later? You know what? I wonder if it's in here instead. Because I can't find it. Easier to find things in here. There. See, much easier. Much easier. Problem solved. We get creative. Yeah, okay. Oh, I spelled that real funny. Maybe it's just because it's a suit jacket. Maybe it's just because it's a suit jacket, but I don't know. I feel like it's not identical. It's not 1-to-1. I'm not saying he's wearing a recolor of Dane's clothing, but like it reminds me of Dane. Ether's outfit reminds me of Dane. More than anybody else. Not that one. That one. Here we go. That's easier to see. Yeah. Lumine, on the other hand, looks like she's wearing bird feathers. Which I do like. Although they gave Ether the Intivat finally. I do like that they kind of swapped around some of the accessories. Like, Ether now has a new earring. Lumine's kind of wearing Ether's old earring. Ether's now wearing Lumine's Intivat. And now Lumine's got new flowers. There's some cool stuff between their designs. One thing that didn't get swapped. One thing that didn't get swapped, I noticed. I don't know if you can see it as well as on Lumine. But like in their original designs, they have hold on. In their original designs, they have some... Go away. Like Ether has this symbol on him right here. And then they kept it on his scarf for this outfit, which I thought was cool. And I think they did something similar for Lumine, but she doesn't have... Like, it's not quite as pronounced with her. Like, it's harder to see. So they at least kept that, which I think is fun. One thing I am curious, but this is completely unrelated to anything. This isn't really an analysis at all. But one thing I'm curious about is, like, if these outfits were valued by the other twin, I wonder if, if this outfit was meant to be worn alongside this outfit, and then this outfit was meant to be worn alongside this outfit, because that would be really funny. I don't think that's the case, but it would be really funny if they were supposed to be color coordinated. Otherwise, they're just always mismatched. I think that's cute too, but whatever. I do think Lumine kind of came out a little bit better here, though. I think the colors and stuff suit her more. I'm still not sold on blue ether. Yeah. The ponytail's nice though. Yeah. No, he won on hair. Ether won on hair. He definitely won on hair. I think Lumine wins on outfit though. I'm just not 100% sold on him in they do feel more prince and princessy though, which is nice. I do think that's nice. That's very nice. It's selling that narrative. He's missing a white element in his hair to tie it all together like Lumine has. Maybe that's it. That might be it. Might be a little harder to coordinate on Ether. Maybe they should have given him a feather in his head. Instead of a flower, just give him a feather. You know? That would be cool. That could help tie it all together, I suppose. Noxus, thank you for the super first stream of 2026. Yay, Happy New Year! Happy New Year to you, too! Divine Skulls, thank you for the super. I feel like the change of clothes at this point is kind of indicative of the Traveler finding a home in Teyvat. Like, it's taken a long time for them to change themselves. I'm very curious to see if the Abyss Twin changes outfits, too. You know, I thought about that, but here's the thing. Well, you know, that is interesting if the Abyss Twin changes outfits. That'll be very interesting. One thing they mentioned, I don't quite remember where. I think it's after this part. I'm not sure if this outfit is indicative of them being more connected to Teyvat because they said this, right? This is also an outfit that's perfect for traveling among the stars. Not just traveling, but traveling among the stars, right? So that kind of implies that this is also one of their traveling outfits, which might actually be more... I wonder if this is actually more the result of maybe them finding their spaceship and deciding, you know what? Time for an outfit change. I need some clothing. I just realized something really funny. Hold on. Hold on. Before we go back to spaceship, I have to do something really funny. This is really funny to me and probably to me only. I don't care. This is really funny to me. Look! They're sharing motifs! Butterfly! Butterfly! Okay, I'm done. That has no right to be as funny to me as it is. I'm sorry. That's too funny. Okay. I've always wondered why they put that design there. Now I know. Anyway, I do okay. There's a couple of shots in the trailer that sort of looked reminiscent of the spaceship. So I was kind of wondering if the spaceship itself will be found to at some point during this next patch. Maybe, maybe not. But, like, if this is another one of their outfits, where else are they going to get one of their outfits except their own spaceship? I guess that's kind of, like, where my head's at as far as that goes. Because if this is an outfit that is made that was treasured by the other twin, either it's like an outfit that was made in Conria as per their directions, or it's an outfit that they already had that they just got access to. So that's kind of, you know, where I'm at. I do have a Discord server. What do you mean I should have a Discord server? I have one. There's like 1,000 people in there. I'll just let the YouTube membership system be my moderator because I don't want to filter out bots and stuff. It's a pain in the butt. But it's just a one-time filter thing. So like if you join the YouTube members for 99 cents and you only do it once, you are able to access the Discord forever. It's really just a moderation tool so that my mods can, like, you know, not be silently plotting to kill me in the background, because I feel like they would. They would. they actually would. But the YouTube system, yeah, the YouTube system is helping you, Mr. Mod. Anyway, that's my thought on the traveler's outfit. Apart from that, I don't know that there's a whole lot of interesting symbolism, except for the fact that, once again on Ether's outfit has the Intivat again. But again, depending on how this outfit is obtained, whether it's something they get from their sibling that was made in Conria, right? Because that could be a thing. Or whether they get it from their spaceship. This flower on his chest, which is not a real Intivat, it could be indicative of the flower from their homeland, right? So if this is made in Conria, then this is indicating an Intivat from Conria, and it's just kind of like, you know, a cool thing. A cool little artificial pin, brooch, whatever. But if it's an outfit that they obtained from their spaceship, then this is what the flower from their homeland looks like, which is pretty cool. Which, I mean, it still looks like an Intivat, but that's not really the point. Not really the point. Lumine lost her Intivat. At least it doesn't seem to have the blue petal. Yeah, it doesn't look like the one in the back has the blue petal either. So, like, Lumine has entirely new flowers. Which does beg the question as to whether or not the flowers from their homeland always have those blue petals or not. Your bed is spaceship laundry. What a way to put that. That is fun. A primo gem in the middle instead of the triquetra. Yeah, I mean, yeah. You know, at some point, we do have to ask ourselves the question about when symbolism in this game actually means something and when it's just a repeating motif. And, like, in this case, I don't really know. You know? Because, like, Lumine's chess piece now matches Ether's original one, you know? Like, that's new, which is cool. I like that. But that might be the reason why she has this up here and why Ether doesn't. But I don't know that this really matches Lumine's, does it? There we go. Oh yeah, it does. Yeah, her waist one just got moved to the chest is all. Yeah, so I don't know why it would have 3 in the middle and not the other one. Hard to say. Oh, there's her thing. There's her thing. It could just be because the Intivats themselves have the 3 in the middle, right? Because, like, hold on. Hold on. Okay, this annoys me when it does the split screeny thingy. Hold on. Because the Intivats have, okay, the one in Lumine's hair has 3. So it could be that. Maybe it's that. Maybe Intivats here have 3 with the blue petal. And then maybe the flowers from their homeland have 4, like this one. Maybe that's what it is. Who knows? Who knows? You don't think we saw Paimon in the trailer? Paimon was there once, I think. How did you both, Linda? Okay, no, okay. Edelweiss. It does look like an Edelweiss. It does look a lot like an Edelweiss. That is very true. Okay. $26.55 in the letter inside of Mirana's avatar. Hold on. Let me... 5. I wrote it down. Okay, I wrote it down. We'll come back to it. We come back to it. I want to talk about Columbina a little bit. Little bit. I want to talk about Little Miss Birdie Boo, our homing pigeon. I was watching through this, pausing to read the stuff because I like to do that. So up here it says, Moonlit Dove, where lies your cove? And that's when I remembered something. No, I forget what, is that what it's called? Ferments? What? No, that's not what I wanted. I think I was looking at these. Okay. These. I think the cove in this case is actually referring to a columbarium. I don't know if you guys remember this. I know not all of you have been playing since 1.0, and that's fine. Oops, sorry. Cleaning my glasses, I can't see. There's a big ol' smudgeroo from when Levi bopped me in the face earlier today. Big fancy stone birdhouse. Yes, it is a big fancy stone birdhouse. But. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I think I just moved the smudge around. I didn't even clean it. I am so good at this. You'd think I'd never had glasses before. Okay. So where can I find the thing? This is going to be a really interesting thing. Hold on. I don't think I have it quickly saved on my computer, and it really, if I had just pushed this till tomorrow, I probably could have done all this ahead of time, but I didn't, because I got stuff to do. I want to show you guys something. Yeah. I was hoping that the wiki might have... Boo. I don't know if she does. We might actually have to go to the source. I wanted to show you guys something. So forever ago, like... Here it is. Wow, look at that. I guessed correctly. So forever ago, I made a theory a little bit about Celestia. I don't even remember which one it was. I have to go look. I'm not going to bother right now, though. But for the longest time, this was our only shot of, oops, right to left, right. This was our only shot of Celestia, really. It was this building on the outside with the bird coming out of it, and then this shot of it on the inside, right? So people have been calling us a panopticon for a very long time because it does look like a panopticon, and it very well might be. One of the things I was trying to push at the time was that this was actually a columbarium, because a columbarium was originally for it was a dove house, a pigeon house. Doves and pigeons are the same thing, so I'm going to use them interchangeably here. They're basically the same thing. So the columbariums were used to house doves and pigeons, and they were very important, all that kind of stuff. And there were these round structures, lots of little holes in them with lots of little pegs to store stuff. However, one of the things that happened over time is that hold on. This is a different kind of columbarium. So there's another kind of columbarium. Okay. One columbarium is to house doves and pigeons. The other columbarium is actually a bit of a graveyard, right? So the other columbarium looks a bit like this. It's where you store ashes or memorial tablets or things like that in little alcoves in the wall. And it's made to look like a dovecot, aka an original columbarium, right? I got thinking about this again because of Where Lies Your Cove, and also the fact that I've been looking into Plato's theory of the soul. I promise I'm going somewhere with this. And that one, the Plato's theory of the soul is kind of interesting in the sense that, like, let's see if I can pull up an easy summary of it. Oh, good. Wikipedia's here. Hooray! I think it's this one. It's probably not this one. Okay. Well, one of the ideas attached to his theory of the soul is that souls get shuffled to the moon. I have to go find my sources on this. Do not quote me on this until I actually provide you with an actual source for this. But when I was reading about Plato's theory of the soul, I was also reading about how the idea was that the souls of the deceased are carried to the moon. And now I'm thinking of the moons as columbariums, where they house the deceased. But then, in my attempt to refute the existence of time travel, I was looking at this and going, wait a second. I also just called the Lunar Palace a mind palace where they write the story of the world. And, like, if these are all of the memories of the individual peoples, then, like, suddenly this starts to make more sense to me. I don't know. This could also just be a theater for all we know. But I don't really have anywhere I'm going with that. Obviously, I don't have, like, fully fledged thoughts on it. But I do think it's interesting that they're going in this direction where they're actually making the moon a dove and a bird. Especially if you think of all the people in Tavad as also being equated with birds. Because Venti often equates humans with birds in general. I don't know if it's actually in this comic. I don't think it is. I think it's in there's a book you can read that Amber gives you at the very beginning of the game, where Venti talks about how people just need the courage to take flight. So, like, all of the birds in that story are actually people looking to find their wings and stuff like that. Vanessa becomes a dove. Well, I mean, she became a falcon or a hawk. I think that's a falcon. Falcon of the West. A columbarium sounds like an ideal arc. Yeah. Yeah. So, Hoyo kind of only really has one idea. when it comes to writing stories. And to their credit, they're really good at remixing it so that it's hard to see at first, but once you see it, you're kind of like, okay, I see it again. I see it everywhere. Everywhere I go, I see its face. But you're right. The columbarium idea of like a graveyard slash memory storage, creation of the world, repository, hive mind, void archive kind of things. Yeah, essentially, I mean, honestly, this is very Amphorious to that extent too. But essentially, like you're looking at an arc as a repository or a memory of the world, so to speak, right? You could also look at this as a sort of library. And if that's the case, then like, for all we know, Thanos arrived into that with like the first Descender and had an arc of their own and just kind of cracked their own arc open and spilled it into this world. Or perhaps one of the goals of, and the reason why we see hive minds everywhere is because they're not really hive minds at all, but repositories like these, like columbariums, places where your mind goes, where your soul goes, and they just kind of stay there as a collection. Like these are what will be preserved when the end of the world arrives. That's also plausible. Getting the dove caught columbina. Something like that, yeah. They are pods in the matrix. Like you can put this a lot of different ways. It like they'll change like the sort of like the nuance of it, but essentially like you're looking at similar ideas across games. I've been finding more and more that both Amphorious and Genshin. So Amphorious is a planet inside of Star Rail, but both Amphorious and Genshin remind me so much of Project Stigma from Honkai Impact Third that it's just very one idea. Because in that one, same thing. Like they were trying to take everyone in the world and fuse them together into one entity that would essentially be a god that was actually like, that represented a story that contained an infinite amount of stories inside of them. So a story about stories. Which sounds very familiar as you analyze everything else. Anyway, I was looking at Columbina for that reason. Also, I was noticing, looking at her, I called her a seraphim. I'm not the only person to do it, but I've called her like very reminiscent of a seraphim, as have many other people. But one thing I think is really funny is that in her burst animation, we might have to go frame by frame on this one. Once we get there, I did not like her gravity walking. There it is. There it is. I think it's very interesting that they make her face mask dissolve in order for her wings to appear. Like her eyes have to open for her wings to appear. Now, based on something that they show later in the stream, her mask is not her eyes, because Luonotar apparently took her mask at one point. We'll find it somewhere in this stream, I'm sure. We'll run into it. But I do think this is a callback to how seraphim cover their eyes with their wings. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I'll just grab this, like this. Because they have the 6 wings, right? And she has the 6 wings on the back of her head. But they use 2 of them to cover their eyes. So I just think that's cool that they basically said for her to unfurl these wings, she has to open her eyes. I think that's neat. I think that's really cool. How many wings does she have? I mean, technically, 2. Technically 2. Uh, Theoretically 8, potentially more. Seraphim can have a lot more than 6 wings. They can have up to 12 from my readings. It just depends on your source material. So the number of wings matters a little bit less than you would think. Like, that's not a hard and fast rule. A lot of the descriptions of angels are kind of loosey-goosey, to be fair. We call baklava shape that thing. These biblically accurate angels don't have nearly enough eyes. Yeah. She does have moons in her eyes, though, which are pretty cool. I think I saw someone say that her eyes look a lot like Tholindis's. And I've just realized I actually haven't double-checked that. Now that we're here, may as well. Well, I don't think they're that close. Oh, yeah. Typing around my mic. That always goes well. That is not a 1920 image. There it is. They're similar-ish. They're similar-ish. Oops. They're similar-ish. How many characters with wings do you think Hoyo will release and not give them the ability to fly? I do think it's funny that they gave the ability to fly to 2 characters without wings. They gave it to Wanderer, who has a jet engine, and then they gave it to Chaska, who has a gun. Sure. They're similar-ish, but honestly, I don't know if they're close enough for me to say that she has those eyes. Although, someone asked me about Dottore. Aoife doesn't exist. Oh yeah, I guess that's true. Aoife does. I don't have Aoife, for the record. Like, he's just not on my account. I haven't been able to get one. I'm not lucky enough. So I forgot. Genuinely forgot that he can fly. Sorry. Sorry about that. Arlecchino counts. Arlecchino can hover? She can't really fly. Maybe she could fly with 2 wings. Skirk also kind of hovers. I don't count hovering as the same thing as flying. Because, like, then I would have to say Nuvolette can fly. But then, like, the whole flying thing opens this whole can of worms, right? Because apparently, like, during the Archon quest in Natlan, Mawika can fly. She can just fly how, like, a friggin' Super Saiyan. And so can, you know, Capitano. So, like, I don't know what the limits are to this whole flight thing. It appears to be kind of arbitrary, which I'm not really a big fan of. I like rules, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Kazuo also flies because he shoots himself in the air. I mean, technically, I guess. If you want to go that far, you're also going to have to say Lanyan can fly. I'm not sure. Like, this is a great area. Rules are made to be broken. No! Rules are there for a reason. If there were no rules in storytelling, then you would have horrendously awful stories that are just Deus Ex Machina all the way up and down the road. And we don't want that. That's no fun. You need restrictions. You need boundaries. They're important. Oh God, I lost track of things. DJ Conkers, thank you for the super catching a live stream. You are indeed one that I'm putting on because, yes, I don't really prepare well for these. Spike Bebop, thank you for this super. Given how smart and powerful the Doctor is, do you think he will survive Luna version 4? Let's talk about Dottore. I don't really have anything else to say about Columbina right now. I mean, I kind of do. Okay, I'm actually going to come back to you. Hold on. I use the heart emoji thingy so that I can mark which ones I've actually looked at. So I unhearted that so I know to look at it again. This isn't my idea. I don't remember where I read it. I don't remember who said it. Just know this is not my idea. I am not taking credit for it, but it relates to both Columbina and Dottore, okay? And since she's up on the screen, let's just keep these two here for a second, okay? There's been this thing about there's this thing in game where people are talking about how Dottore is probably responsible for pulling the strings with Rerir, right? And to get him to do all those, to sort of like, distract everybody, keep him busy, whatnot. And we've been wondering how this whole thing with Thelindis's memories getting inside of River's head came to be a thing, right? Like, that's been a question. Like, Nefer keeps asking, why are these memories here? Why are these memories here? It's like, well, we don't really know. And it doesn't get answered. It might get answered this patch. Who knows? But I was thinking, looking at this now, it does make one wonder, this is the part that is not my theory, this does make one wonder if these two are the same person. If Thelindis is Columbina. Not, hear me out on this. I don't know how plausible this is, but if you were to try and manipulate a guy who's driven by emotions and hatred and stuff like that, pulling at his heartstrings might be a way to do it. And I was wondering if these theories about Thelindis potentially being Columbina are right, if only in the sense of like Dottore planted memories in Rerir's mind, but those memories were like of Columbina, like his hatred for the moons, so to speak. And he like wrote this little love story to manipulate Rerir. So Thelindis would just not be real in that scenario. That could be a thing. I don't know how plausible it is. But if he is pulling the strings, that would be a pretty decent way to do it. Did Dane not know Thelindis then? I mean, yeah. That's the thing. Like, I don't know how plausible it is, but there's enough overlap there where it could be believable to some extent, or that there is some sort of overlapping of memory happening. I'm personally more inclined to say that's probably not how Dottore would be pulling the strings, if only because Rerir and his weapon, the Barnstalker, are referencing issues of family and love and childbirth and revenge against those who harm your family. So, like, I kind of feel like thematically Rerir is kind of like built around that. So it would be kind of weird if all of the stuff that he's theoretically built around was just memories that were implanted by Dottore. But it's not outside the realm of possibility. You know? Wasn't Thelindis sucked into the Moongate like 500 years ago, and wasn't Columbina born like 500-ish years ago? I mean, yeah. Essentially. I like I said, this isn't my theory. So forgive me if I'm butchering it a little bit, because I legit don't remember where I read it. Well, I probably read it on Reddit. But it's not my theory. So I don't really have all of the pieces in my head, in my memory. I just remember like vaguely what the gist of it was. And that was part of it. You know, like she goes through the moon gates. Columbina goes through the moon gates. Riri gets stuck behind the moon gates in both situations. And you can look at it as a narrative parallel, which is what I think is more likely. But you could also look at it as in maybe this is a weird twisting of memory. Because it could be a thing. There are things that overlap. That would reopen the question of why Riri even involved himself with the Abyss power to begin with. Yeah, it would. To some degree. But like, again, just to play devil's advocate, Riri is very easy to bully. He seems very susceptible to peer pressure. Like, among all of the sinners, he's like the weakest minded of the bunch. He's the one who lacks confidence. He's the one who second guesses everything. He's the one who just follows orders, you know? So I don't necessarily think that part is too big of a problem. But again, I don't necessarily think this is the most likely scenario. I just think it's a possibility. Something to keep in mind. Anyway, turn that off. I don't need that. Where's the one that gets stuffed in the locker? Yeah. Such a polite way to call him a sucker. Yeah. How is that retconning a rare story? I don't know. I mean, it just means that the Lindis was never there. It would complicate other parts of the flashback that we saw of Tholindis's memories, so to speak, like where she was talking to some of the other members of the Crimson Moon Dynasty, which is kind of, again, why I don't necessarily think this is the case. I saw a couple people in chat mention that it could be that Tholindis went through a moon gate and then reincarnated as Columbina. I could see that, but I also feel like that's really unlikely. I feel like that's really unlikely. Because I feel like the iridescent moon's reaction to meeting Columbina would have been very different, but that is neither here nor there. Anyway, again, not my theory, but a possibility. Something to keep in mind. I'm also starting to become very suspicious of characters who have halos behind them. Just in general. Looking at the ones who have halos behind them, we've got, like, what? Mawika, Wanderer, A, Columbina, and I guess technically Ningguang? Who else is there? You feel like reincarnation is a bit difficult to pull off with Tevat's laws, considering Durin's whole story quest was about how you can't have two Durin stories existing at the same time. Yes, but you can graft a new story at the end of one of them, right? Like, you can always write a sequel. Reincarnation in this case would always be a sequel, right? Columbina in this case would be mini Durin. But who knows? Okay, now, the whole reason I went on that tangent had to do with a super chat about Dottore surviving in Diversion Lunar 4. All right. I have mixed feelings about this. And so the reason why I went on that tangent is because Rerir has a lot of overlap with a character from the World Quests called Rotwang, right? He was the guy, the mad monk who sort of tricked the Belytzar into sort of invading Nodcry to a degree so he could study means of creating his own Elysium, an abyssal Elysium, using the Mirror of Aposha and stuff like that. But he's interesting because he's supposed to be coming back as some sort of abyssal abomination, which I think that's why someone wants me to look at Marana's avatar at 2655 in this thing, which we will get to. But I was bringing them up because there is a lot of overlap between Rotwang and Dotori and Rerir. And because Rotwang seems to be Wild Hunt-ish or adjacent, it does feel a little bit like that story or his story parallels the Doctor's to some degree, to me, personally. So let's get to this guy. But here's where the problems kind of start to seep into the analysis for me. It has been my opinion for a very long time that Dottore was a bigger antagonist than even the Tsaritsa. Because, like, the Tsaritsa she's not really an antagonist per se, but she was a leader of the Fatui. The Fatui were our biggest antagonists aside from the Abyss for a long time, and they still kind of are. But I've always kind of held that Dottore is sort of like the bigger bad, like the secret final boss, so to speak. So to encounter him in Nod Cry is a bit odd to me. I understand why they're doing it. But I also think that narratively speaking, what they were originally planning to do when they first wrote, the long-term plans, outlines for Genshin, because, they definitely wrote loose plans for 7 years worth of story ahead of time, way ahead of time, right? They definitely did that. I think what they were planning to do is have us go from Natlan to Snezhnaya. We were supposed to go through the Gnosis storyline. And then we were supposed to encounter Columbina in Nod Cry. Because I think whatever happened at the end of the Gnosis storyline had some sort of impact as to why Columbina ended up leaving the Fatui. And then going back to Nod Cry. And then the Doctor disappears. And then you have the story about the moons and then the Doctor trying to become a descender and that kind of stuff, right? That's how it felt like it should have been written originally, where Nod Cry would have been the finale to Snezhnaya, so to speak. Like the twist at the end. But because I personally think, I have no proof, but I personally think they flipped the order of events, I don't know that he'll make it to Snezhnaya. But I think he was supposed to, originally. So if we do meet a Doctor in Snezhnaya, it won't be this one. I feel like if we get a Doctor in Snezhnaya, the one we're gonna get isn't this one at all. But the OG. This one. Low-key. Low-key think, if Dottore survives, this is the one that survives. Legit. I think they'll redesign him. I think they'll make some alterations to his design. But I really, really think that might be what they do. But again, I have no proof. This is entirely vibes-based. But I don't think he'll make it out of this encounter alive, because if he does, I feel like that makes Snezhnaya very complicated in a way that I don't think the Genshin writers can actually pull off. And maybe I'm not giving them enough credit. It's possible. I call it like I see it. I don't think they're able to handle this type of story that would come up if they did this. Because if you think about it, if Dottore makes a false moon, right? Like, Dottore makes a false moon. and he becomes a pseudo descender, and we defeat him, and we somehow take away one of his powers or whatever. Either he needs to go into some sort of imprisonment, right? Where he's definitely going to break out and do his whole thing over again, which means somehow he has to go from whatever level he is right now to a higher level of danger, which to me is kind of, I'm not really sure where you go from here. Besides like having him succeed, which I guess, sure, I guess they could do that. But more realistically, it makes more sense for him to just die at his own hand. Not to say suicidal or anything, but I think the power of the moon backfires on him somehow and just kind of takes care of him. And so the only thing that's left is maybe the earliest remnant of Dottore. He gets rolled back to version 1 or something. You know what I mean? Like those are the two possibilities that I see them going with. I'm just not sure if like defeating him here and imprisoning him works all that well. Because I feel like Columbina is going to be kind of like gone from the narrative, Capitano style after this chapter. That's the feeling I get. Can I just say, I know this is like a really basic polygon shield, but this is the same shield that Kaya uses if you have his Constellation 4, I think, is what it is. Anyway, sorry. Anyway, I don't... You think we underestimate the developers regarding Dottore? Like, maybe. Like I said, I've always thought of him as being the bigger bad. The bigger antagonist. It's just that, like, either they treat this as a preview of where we're going with him, right? Either we get treated this as like a preview of whatever it is he's doing, and then we have to face it in Snezhnaya, which, like, they could do, but at the same time, like, either we're going to be chasing Dottore for a whole nother year, and if we are chasing him for a whole nother year, then, like, we're like, that's going to be the whole focus of Snezhnaya. Like, whatever threat or plan that the Tsaritsa had, like, I feel like it's just going to be overshadowed by Dottore's looming presence. And I just don't really like that as an option, personally. But again, when has this game ever respected what I wanted? That would be very strange. Very strange. I'm not a writer of this game. I have no say in how it goes. No say. But yeah, I don't know. Oh, I think this is the thing you wanted me to look at, wasn't it? It was. We'll come back to it. I promise. I promise. We'll come back to it. We come back to it. But yeah, so Dottore to me is complicated. Like, I don't know that he can live past Nodcry. Just, like, if he does, he has to, like, disappear out of the plot for, like, a year and then come back as a surprise twist. Like, he can't loom in the background for another year. He just can't. He has to be almost decisively gone and then come back somehow. And I think like this, personally. Because they have to start raising the stakes a bit. The way that they've, I do want to talk about her too. The way that they've handled him so far, I just feel like they can't really raise the stakes with him anymore unless they actually make him a real god. And if they make him a real god, they actually have to change the entire landscape of the planet. And it's just like, there's things I don't really care about with that, with respect to that. Like, it doesn't make sense to me, narratively speaking. So that's my take on him. That's my take on the Doctor. Although, now, here we go. Now that he's... Yes, we know. I'm skipping ahead because I want to see something. Okay. So, you know how earlier I said Hoyoverse has one idea? Meet the addition of idea number 2, which is essentially also lifted from Evangelion, I think. I'm pretty sure this is what they're going to go for. Hollows. Yes, hollows. Okay. We have some Zenless players in the house. Okay. Here's the thing. These are hollows. Like, just straight up hollows from Zenless. Like, if you don't know, in Zenless Zone Zero, hollows were created by an ancient war technology type thing gone horribly wrong. They create these pockets, these little black hole pockets that create these infinite labyrinths inside, and they're full of a substance called ether that basically warps you into a monster called an ethereal. All right, that's basically what you need to know. They also expand and contract at, well, not at will, depending on their ether levels. So the more ether inside of a hollow, the bigger it gets. Less ether inside of the hollow, the smaller it gets. You know? Not A-E-T-H-E-R, it's E-T-H-E-R. So similar. But it's not actually referring to ether the character, but it is referring to a void-like energy of sorts. In philosophical terms, ether was supposed to be a substance through which light travels, because the idea is that light can't travel through nothing. Everything has to travel through something. So the space between things is what we call ether. And light especially travels through ether. It's like a fish swimming through water. Ether would be the water, right? So, yeah, there's that. Anyway, these are just friggin' hollows. Now, the thing about hollows is I'm pretty sure, I can't prove this, but I'm pretty sure that hollows and all of Hoyo's ideas around hive minds and stuff like that are based on Evangelion's AT fields. And if you don't know, an AT field at its most simplistic level is like this energy barrier that separates you and your sense of self from everyone else and everyone else's sense of self. It is basically your bubble, your individuality bubble. If you dissolve the AT field, you remove the barriers between people and anything, really, and you kind of can meld together and you create a hive mind. So I kind of think about these barriers, these electrical barriers, these fields, so to speak. AT fields is what I'm looking at. Like a variation of them. I'm looking at them from that perspective. And people with weaker AT fields, or people who are more susceptible to the energy within these fields, this is said by a child, which I want to talk about. People who are more susceptible to this, who have weaker AT fields, break down faster inside these fields. Or, sorry, I'm blending Evangelion and Zenless Zone Zero together in my head, and it came out really weird. Let me put this another way. If you have a weak AT field, it means that it's easier for you to be broken down. Like, your sense of self can dissolve faster. It's easier for you to be fused with the masses, so to speak, and become the orange fantasy, which is something that they explored a lot in Fontaine. But in like Zenless Zone Zero, the concept here would be that like people with low AT fields, right? When they go into a hollow, their AT field is constantly being eroded. And once it's eroded, they transform into an ethereal or a monster of sorts, conceptually speaking. There is a similar thing going on here in... I'm just going to pick this one. I feel like there's a similar thing going on here in Genshin with the Abyss as well. The longer you stay in the Abyss, higher your abyssal corruption, your field starts to go down. People with lower resistance get corrupted sooner, turn into a monster. kind of like this, right? Also, Natlan with the little one. Yeah, to a degree, yeah. Genshin has had like 9 instrumentality projects. It's probably more than that, honestly, at this point. I think it's more than that. I think we've had so many. I have never counted, but I feel like it should be more than 9. Should be more. Anyway, one idea, and it annoys me because I don't know if this is actually going to come up. I don't remember what the monsters are called. There are monsters in Amphorius and Star Rail. Amphorius is like so Genshin coded, it's not even funny. But there's there's a monster in Amphorius that looks just like an ethereal, and it's this one. It's like so close. It felt like someone kind of walked into the other department for a bit and was just like, I like that. I'm going to remix it. And then they did. Anyway. This was the fact that Dottore is doing this, the reason I brought this up is because it's so, we're at the point now where the game is so complicated that I have to like go through 10 different hoops to explain my reasoning on how I got from point A to point B. But essentially it's this. I look at the Abyss as ink, as raw material, right, that you can transform in anything else. Ether in Zenless Zone Zero is something kind of similar. In Honkai Star Rail, I would argue that Stellaron, Imaginary Energy, or Memoria are similar substances as well. Now, if you look at Genshin from a book perspective, a digital book, if you'd like, Amphorius was one. You can have one here too. That's fine. We're working with an ebook here. Then, like, when I think of these bubbles that Dottore is creating, he's essentially dissolving people into a raw material from which he can remake things, right? And if he does that, then he's essentially writing a new book. He's taking control of the world, right? That's kind of how I see this. Also, Wanderer really gets along well with dragons. I don't think that's an accident. The hollow on the moon in the Zone Zero haunts you now. Yeah. There is that. There is a hollow on the moon in Zenless Zone Zero. The moon hollow. Yeah. He is trying to become a descender in the way. Like, even if he can't become, like, a literal descender, he's trying to, like, artificially make himself one. It is interesting because, like, typically descenders are people who come from the outside. But the fact that he's a character from the story trying to become the writer is an interesting prospect. But it might not be possible for him to do that. Are those his nails then? His celestial nails then? I mean, to a degree, yeah, probably. You could look at celestial nails as being like, pens, basically. This is all Hydro, though. I don't know if those are nails necessarily. Now, these pillars, though, I want to, I have to, we always have one idea, I swear to God. There is a fight with Otto and Honkai Impact 3rd. And he's a demiurge-ish figure, which is essentially what Dottore is trying to be. I might have to, like, actually go get a video of it. I might have to like look at the actual video, which is annoying. Because like, it's not really what I wanted to do. But he has these pillars, and it annoys me for many reasons. It's not the exact same boss fight, but it is very reminiscent to me. Right from the symbolism to the role played to some of the moves performed, feel like they were taken from this fight for the most part. Where are the pillars? Is it not this fight? I can't remember. It might be from later on. It's been a hot minute since I've been in this one. Even this arena looks just like a domain in Genshin. Rah. Okay, I'm gonna lower the quality here so I can jump around easier. I don't know where the pillars are. It might be in phase 1. Okay, I don't remember where they are. I don't know where they are. They're both called false gods because that's what a demiurge is. And demiurge is a false god. I don't remember. Okay, well, he has these pillars even if I can't find images of them. And essentially, they're trying to do similar things here. They're trying to do similar things, right? They're both trying to become false gods. They're both trying to transcend fate. Otto's trying to do it for the sake of somebody else, as opposed to Dottore, who's doing it for the sake of himself, apparently. I'm sorry, person. I know that your play is probably quite good. Is it the Void Archives fight instead? Is it not the Otto fight? I can't freaking remember. Someone's gonna remind me. Oh, is it the Durandal? Hold on, I lost my thing. It was a Durandal. Okay. Okay, that looks better. This is before the demiurge part, right? Anyway, my point is mostly that Hoyo has one idea, and they're very good at remixing it. I will find the spots eventually. I will find pillars. It is just hard. Okay. They do kind of look a little bit more like Zhongli pillars, admittedly. However, oh, this is actually a pretty good shot of that. Obviously, Dottore's has moons on them. It's not a great... Okay, let's find Dottore's boss fight, actually. Let's find his actual boss fight, where they show us things slower. Yeah. There come the pillars. I guess these would be the equivalent of his celestial nails, yeah. Also, this I'm not ready to die thing, I know you guys know this, but this isn't what he says. This is actually a line from later in the stream. It's the death line for one of the Wild Hunt. So I think they just got them, like, the lines confused. Which is funny to me. Anyway, Hoyo has one idea. And one idea only. Just the one. They just remix them. Look, this one has a star. This one has a moon. Big whoopity-doodity. These are very Zhongli coded, though. But notice Still, you have the mechanical circuitry-ish panels kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. It's really the same thing. It really is. That was a long tangent for nothing. Sorry. I've also just been noticing, I know that this is supposed to be like a very Buddha hand thing. It's not this one. I actually just wanted to look at Dawn Cloud. Oh, jeez. I don't want all these. I just wanted a picture of Dawn Cloud. All right. Look. Of course, it's on the wiki. That's the best place for it, really. So, like, I know they're not entirely similar, but vibes-wise, I'm just reminded again that Hoyu only has one idea. And one idea only. Funny thing, though, about this boss arena being a hand, I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be like a sort of Buddhist thing. Or maybe even a Hindu thing. It could be both. I'm going to call it Buddhist for now. So this is a big hand. The world's in the palm of his hand. Woo! Special. Awesome. Here's the thing. I have a sneaking suspicion that this is supposed to be a reference to Sun Wukong. Because in one of the one of the legends about Sun Wukong, I don't remember what happens where he like challenges the Buddha to something. What did he do? What hold on. We have to bring up the myth. I'm not gonna do this. Hold on. Here it is. This one. This is funny to me. I feel like this is supposed to be at some level a reference to this myth, because after Sun Wukong gets really cocky, Buddha's just like, okay, fine. And Sun Wukong leaps back and returns to Buddha's palm to claim victory and winning a bet, only to find 5 pillars that are the, fingers of Buddha's hand, right? But then in order to like get around this, he like pees on one of the pillars. It's not in here. It's definitely not in here. But I think it's really funny. Yeah. The Monkey King at one point pees on one of the fingers. But I need to find like a better. That's so disrespectful. That's the point. Sun Wukong was not respectful. He was challenging the Jade Emperor and the Buddha and everybody else. He was like, I am the best of the best. I can do anything. I am immortal. I am unbeatable. I just think it's really funny. I want to find better sources than these, and I'm not quite sure what to search for on short notice, so I'm not going to. Please read the paragraph. Oh, the paragraph on the wiki, you mean? Sorry. I left. Hold on. Oh, he marks the pillar with a phrase. Yeah, okay. And urinates on the middle pillar. Okay, they just wrote it really nicely, that's all. I skipped the first sentence. Of course. Anyway, I think this is really funny for many reasons. And I'm very curious to see who who does this part here, because in this case, Dottore is acting as the Buddha. This is his hand. So I'm wondering who's going to be the cocky monkey. Because it's really funny. I mean, it could be Sandrone, it could be Wanderer. I think both of them have a pretty good claim to that. It'd be funny if they both did it. If only because they're both puppets, and so is Dottore, technically. It's like dueling puppets. Like Beyblades, but puppets. Anyway. Dottore is a funny guy. He also likes to think he's a bird. But yeah, I don't know that I have a whole lot else to say about him beyond that. I've mostly said my piece about him for the most part. Him being able to open the firmament to me isn't too big of a revelation because technically Sertologi can do it. He opened the firmament, you know, he let Skirk in. And that was just fun for him. And then obviously we have Mawika who punched a hole in the sky just out of fun. So, I mean, it's not like it's unheard of to be able to open the firmament. He does it very easily, though, which is a testament to how much power he currently has access to. Are those red things supposed to be the stars similar to the stars we place in Simulanka? I don't know. I don't think so. The stars reminded me of something, but I can't put my finger on it. I can't remember what I was thinking of. It tickles the back of my brain that I have seen it before and recently, but I can't place it. And it annoys me. I hate it when that happens. Also, I mentioned Child. Yeah, no, Child is going to show up. His voice is in this trailer. His voice is in this trailer. When they talk about one of the troops turning into a monster, that's Child's voice. So Child is in Nod Cry now. He can rejoin the Mr. Worldwide crew again. Why does Dottore have one eye? He doesn't have any eyes. That's not an eye. He doesn't have eyes. Oh, speaking of, you know that whole one idea thing? I'm not the first to notice this. I certainly won't be the last. Spoilers for Amphorius, I guess. Spoilers for Amphorius. But, this guy is actually a robotic avatar for a guy named Xandar 1 Kuwabara. That is his name. Okay? This is one of his avatars. Now, Xandar 1 Kuwabara made a god. And that god looks like this. Hold on. It's a big head. I didn't mean to click that. Why is this a Medium article? It's a big head with a single, it's not really a lens, but it's a light. His eyes are technically here. It's a human head-ish. But, you know, one eye, one red eye. One red eye. So, Xandar 1 Kuwabara made this thing, got really upset about the fact that it surpassed him in every way, and decided that he was going to destroy it. I'm obviously paraphrasing his thing. So he split himself into 9 segments, which should sound very familiar, right? Split himself into 9 segments, and each of them kind of went off in their own direction, and this is one of them. This one created the world of Amphorius, which heavily resembles Genshin in every way, shape, or form, including the Greek inspiration, which we can debate. The original unified civilization appears to have been very Greek. And one of my friends is working on a proof that Conria is the Roman Empire, and I am inclined to agree with her on that. So we could even extend it to that if we want to. Now, here's the thing. Xandar 1 Kuwabara. You can do... hold on. I use Notepad for a lot of things. This is his full name, okay? This is his full name. However, Dottoro's real name is Zandik. And if you go like this, you get something kind of funny. So, if you look at this guy, Lygus, who is an avatar of Xandar 1 Kuwabara, so he's a fragment of him, it's a segment, and you've got Dottoro over here, who's also a segment, a robotic segment, with very similar, related names that I don't think were made on accident. And then you remember that it's all about creating a god and promoting, like, the ultimate form of humanity, which he thought was going to happen in the form of a super intelligent computer named Noose. Which, I don't know. I mean, like, I'm looking at Dottoro like, okay, I mean, it looks like you turned yourself into Noose this time. The 1 stands for one idea. Yeah, exactly. I just feel like right now, I'm, like I said, I'm not the first person to notice this. Definitely not the only one, by a long shot. I'm bringing it up because I think at this point it's kind of hard to look at this version of the Doctor and not see this. You know, I feel like it's really hard at this point. Especially with all the circuitry. I think the fact that this isn't even an eyeball, it's just like a LiDAR sensor of sorts, right? Nous, like the Greek for mind? Yeah, exactly. It's a big supercomputer. It's just a brain. So, yeah, I just think it's a good opportunity to do that, to talk about this specifically. Now, there is another version of Lygus. His boss form. Oh, here we go. We call him Xandar, and he's doing the arm thing. That's what they do. This is Xandar, or at least like his actual body outside of the avatar-ish kind of thing. This is what he currently looks like. I don't know, man. I don't know. He's got a hollow in his heart. Talking about electrical energy fields. He created the Black Tide, which all those little red boxes or anything, it just reminds me of the way that the firmament opens. And like, to be honest with you, like, hold on. There's this one shot in particular of the Black Tide. Oh, I'm not going to be able to find it here, am I? No, I'm not. I'm going to have to Google it because the wiki doesn't have it. Hold on. Yeah. Someone else is pointing that out. There's a cutscene I don't really want to go find where like the sky literally opens up exactly the same way that Dottoro opened up the sky, and it has all of the same particle effects, and it's the Black Tide kind of digital corrosion virus thing. I don't know. It's one idea, okay? It's one I can't find the thing. I'll have to pull it out of my video archives, but I don't want to right now. It's just, it feels like a pain. Anyway, The Eye of Aquila? No, not that. The Cyrenium Phynon CG in 3.4. Yeah, it is in 3.4. It's just like, I have to go find it. I don't want to. I guess I can. I guess I can. It's not impossible. Okay, hold on. 3.0, 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4. Yes, this one, maybe. They don't have the image for it on the wiki. I don't want to go looking for it. Look for the first image, Phynon and Cyrene against the Black Tide. Oh, you mean like in a Google search? Oh, yeah, okay. That works-ish. Okay. Well, it's not perfect, but it's close. It's close-ish. You can see it. You can see the particulate effects with the sky opening up and all that, the digitalization of the stuff and the going away and the bleeding through of the sky and all that kind of stuff. You know. You can see it. You can see the similarities. Also, Cyrene with her moon. Oh, I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I don't want to. Anyway, it's good. It's in Phynon's alt. Yeah, but it's not the image I wanted. I know it's in Phynon's alt. It's just, it's Phynon. It's different. Phynon isn't Xandar. Anyway, you get the point. You get the idea. You get the idea. I think that's enough of Dottore. I mean, he's been trying to become a descender for frickin' ever. And you can tell because he tried to do it the first time with Wanderer with the Gnosis. He's just like, well, if I have a fragment of a descender, maybe I can make a whole one out of that. I am curious if the fourth moon in the sky detected is actually Dottore's false moon, or if it's actually Columbina's moon, or if the two have to fuse at some point in order for the false moon to be rectified, so to speak, like to take care of that issue. I think that could be a thing. Oh, I am very far behind on supers. Let me catch up a little bit, okay? And then we'll move on. Move on to the next thing I have written down. I did write down things. Actually, before we do that, let's continue talking about Dottore. I want to talk about one thing where I'm going to toot my own horn for a second. I don't do that. I don't like to do that very often. But judging by the title of this stream, if you noticed it, I called it Moon Loom Computer Boom Real because I wrote a theory a while back about the moons being computers and looms because looms are the grandfathers of computers and looms weave threads together to form fabric. And computers ended up weaving language or bits of data together in order to form, well, information, essentially. So the idea of like spinning yarns and telling tales and weaving stories, being related to what the moons do as weavers of fate, make them feel like the precursor to computer, digital stuff, which is essentially what we're dealing with here with Dottore, with his whole Descender thing. Everything is very digital kind of stuff. Moons being somewhat digital, related to glitching, all that kind of stuff. I think about that a lot these days, where they just kind of layer these references and historical stuff together. There is no stream fee. Don't pay me a stream fee. I don't ask for this is free. Okay, this is free. To stream free, not a stream fee. I'm not that dyslexic. So did the Doctor actually become a descender? No, he did not. I don't think you can just seize power and become a descender. I think you can really fuck with things, right? But I don't think that you can just become a descender. I think in order for someone to actually become a descender, there has to be some sort of intrinsic quality that they possess. And I think that to some degree, this is my hypothesis. To some degree, I think the world itself is a character of the story, right? Like, this is the story of Tivat. It's not the story of Paimon. It's not the story of the Traveler. It's not the story of Nibelung. It's not the story of Dottore. It's not the story of any of those. It's the story of Tivat. So the main character of this story is actually Tivat. And I think that Tivat has a say in who authors its story. You know what I mean? So I think there has to be some sort of intrinsic quality to the person who becomes the author of the world, so to speak, that Dottore may be lacking. So he can brute force things. He can take as much power as he wants to. He can try to do things. But at some point, it's very possible that the world will just start to reject him. Transformers reference, car chooses its own owner. I mean, like, kind of, yeah. Hence why he would want to burn Irminsul. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, Irminsul is kind of like the physical manifestation of the story of the world. It's the record of the world. It's the axis. It's, you know, like the original story. I also just realized going through this that I confused the Pillar of Embla with something else, but that's fine. I'll add a correction to my thing later. It's fine. We all make mistakes. It's only bad if you don't make an effort to correct them when you have them. But let me write it down so I don't forget. You make it sound like Dottore could only write a self-insert Gary Stu story ability-wise. Yeah. I mean, yeah, but not everyone is cut out to be an author. And I don't mean that it's to say that not everyone can write a story. Everyone can write a story. But the point is that certain stories can only be written by certain people. You know what I mean? Like, everyone is sort of born with stories in their hearts, so to speak. I feel like a lot of people, even if they never become authors, maybe you have this like little childhood fantasy that you've had since you were like 10 years old of like this original character of yours, and you end up going to this fantasy land, but this fantasy land is like this one land that belongs to you. It's something that you haven't told anybody about. It has its own rules. You're probably never going to write the story down, but it exists in you, and no one else can write that story but you. You know what I mean? And I think that's kind of what is meant by an intrinsic quality. There has to be some sort of connection to the world and an understanding of the world for the world to be like, yes, you may write my story. And like, I feel like people have different stories within them to different degrees. Some people might have fantasy stories. Some people might have sci-fi stories. Some people might just have stories about like who they wish they could be. Like, how many of you have actually been like, I don't know, sat somewhere watching something and been like, man, if I was president, I would do this, that, and the other thing, and I would hold this kind of conference, and I would make peace with this, that. You know, like, how many of you have done something like that? If I was the president of this company, I would come out on stage, and I would be so charismatic, and I like just kind of like role-playing throughout the whole thing, right? How many of you have done that? Like, that's considered a story, right? Because it's not a real thing. It's something you made up. It lives in you. Whether you write it down or not is irrelevant. I think that's kind of the vibe I get from Dottore's foray into Descenderhood. I think he wants control of the narrative, He doesn't want to be a victim of it, right? He wants to break free of fate, not because he wants to write about the world or that he cares about it, but because he wants to control it. He's someone who reads the book and says, I hate everything in this book. I am going to change, I'm going to make a movie of this book, and I'm going to change everything that this book was in the movie. You know what I mean? So that's kind of my take on it. The thing about him wanting free will, right, is that free will is something that I think this world is set up to give people anyway. Because like in Simulanka, right, like the whole point of the people of Constellation Metropole having those like those sort of guardrails that sort of prevented them from straying from their path was just to sort of kickstart them into the right direction. The idea was that they were fledglings. They weren't ready to leave the nest yet. They couldn't yet fly on their own. And so they need to put some barriers in place to make sure they don't fall and hurt themselves, right? But it was always the intention for the people of Constellation Metropole to, I want to come back to this too. It was always the intention of for the people of Constellation Metropole to not need those guardrails anymore, to do whatever they want to fly wherever they want to go wherever they want to. Like, the point was to have free will. And Durin's story quest is a bit like this, right? Because he basically went from having someone write guardrails for him in the form of Anya to being able to write his own story. Now he flies on his own. Training wheels on his bike are off. So I really think that in the end, everyone in Teyvat is supposed to be able to write their own story eventually. That is the goal. So for Dotori to want free will, he only wants it for himself and for no one else, because his goal appears to be full control. If entropy bends to him, then he controls it, you know, like it's he's the only exception. Rules for thee, but not for me kind of thing, right? That's how I see him. So you don't think the heavenly principles is evil? Evil is a really tricky word. I think the heavenly principles is probably misguided. They're probably scared. They're probably overprotective. I look at them more like a helicopter mom. You know? Like, I don't want my child to get hurt. I'm not letting them go anywhere. They don't trust anybody to make good decisions. They have a problem letting go. That's more my take on the heavenly principles right now. I think they also want to control the narrative, but for different reasons. And I don't think they always wanted to control the narrative. The stars in the doctor's domain look like Mona's thigh accessories. That's what it is! It looks like Mona's hat! Thank you. I didn't hit the knock. I hit my desk. Right. Yeah, okay. That's what it reminded me of. It's not perfect, but you're right. That's what it more reminded me of. Mona's thing. I'm just like, where the hell have I seen this? I know I've seen this recently. Where? And I could not, for the life of me, remember. That's what it was. Was Mona's stuff. Okay. Well, that's mystery solved. What stars? Mona's stars, like the ones on her hat. Like this one. It's not perfect. Not by any means. Not like a perfect match, I mean. Here. Let's scoot back. Yeah. They're not perfect. But they vaguely reminded me of this. Partly because the moon is still there, the star is there, the color is correct. Obviously, the alignment is a little different. But it is interesting that it's reminiscent of this. Anyway. Why is Dottore an Eremite now? I don't think he is. Reminded you of a Vetter's chess piece from the Archon quest? Yeah, that too. That too. What was... A friend of mine was showing me something about that, and I've forgotten what it was. There was something interesting about that thing. I'll forget. I'll remember later, I'm sure. Okay, now let me catch up on supers. It's been a hot minute. Kaliul, thank you for the super. It's funny that columbariums are supposed to house the dead and Bina is born beneath the moon, as opposed to your point about souls brought to the moon before. The whole thing with her death card. And honestly, like, just death in general, right? Like, she's got a lot of death flags. But she also has, like, when she vanished at the end of the Archon quest, right? Like, she completely vanished. You could argue that she dies. And they are going to kill her off, but it's possible that she dies in the future, but is still, like, somehow accessible. Like, she creates her own closed causal loop. Does that make sense? It makes sense in my head. I don't know if it's going to make sense in anyone else's head. I don't know if that's going to make a sense in anyone else's head. It's just that, like, to me, if she's born 500 years ago, my pen ran out of ink. She's born 500 years ago, and then she goes to the present day and dies, but she's also the cause of her own birth because she's part of the writing team. Then, like, her moment of death is also her moment of birth. So she actually creates a closed causal loop, which is annoying. Yeah. Like Amphorius. Essentially, yes. Yeah. If you guys don't know, spoilers for Amphorius, there's a character in Amphorius who so Amphorius is actually like a digital simulation world kind of thing. And there was like this AI called the Demiurge that was like a seed of sorts, a seed of an AI, of a potentially sentient AI. But as it was running simulations at Lygas's direction, it eventually created a program called Cyrene that ended up training that sentient AI. So the AI accidentally created a self-training program, and it continued to train itself for millions and millions and millions of iterations. And towards the end, it became a fully sentient AI who then looked back through the entire simulation and planted the seed of themselves in the past, like the seed of that training program. So, like, she was the cause of her own birth, essentially, by looking back through time. But, like, only within the confines of the simulation. So, like, there are boundaries, but, like, it's still there. Hold on. Hold on. I feel like this is only going to work with a diagram. Okay, so there's this seed, okay? This is a seed. A little seed. It's a magic demiurge seed. Ta-da! Little demiurge seed. This little demiurge seed, right, is running through all of these extrapolations, all of these simulations. Oops. I wish I had my tablet. Okay. Oh, I wrote that in green. No, Now it looks like I'm talking about The Sims. Okay, whatever. Happy accident. That's fun. Anyway, this is the demiurge, right? The little C. It's running through all these simulations. But at some point, there's this little program that develops. And this program is somewhat cognizant, and it starts training this program. And then as this program runs its simulation, this little data anomaly always shows up and then comes back and trains this one. So then it sends it back here. Now at some point, it's going to get complicated. This seed also enters the simulation and runs parallel to itself. And then it truncates and it exits the simulation. Oops. Oh dear. I accidentally deleted that. I don't know why it happened. Anyway, it actually comes out, it truncates the simulation, and it ends here and grows into a tree. Please forgive me, I'm working with a mouse. Okay? Now this tree then creates this little fruit slash thingy that then enters the simulation like this. Okay? This is what happens, basically. I don't know if this made this better or worse. It's supposed to be a peach. But I can't draw with the mouse anymore. I used to be really good at drawing with the mouse. I used to spend a lot of time on Oakaki boards. I have lost my talent for it, unfortunately. So, like, essentially, this is a peach pit, right? Like, this original AI is a peach pit. It's a seed. This seed eventually grows into a tree. This tree produces a fruit, right? And that fruit produces the seed, which then grows into the tree, which produces the fruit, which produces the seed, which grows into the tree, which produces the fruit, which grows. You see what I mean? So anyway, this Sirene with the moon halo thingy. Whee! I draw a little Sirene. This is very hard. Big floofy dress. Okay, Sirene. Anyway, she looks back on herself and is able to do all this kind of stuff. So because she exists as this moon goddess at the end of time, she is able to, oh my God, this is hard. She is able to look. We have to give eyelashes so you know it's a Sirene eye. She is able to look back and cast her glance backwards to cause her own birth, okay? So basically, she is a tree that produced the peach that birthed her, essentially. She is the chicken and the egg at the same time. The chicken laid the egg that it came from. The mother goddess gave birth to herself. Does that make sense? This is literally what I think happens with Columbina to a degree. I think that she is literally the cause of her own birth. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this little diagram. Let's never do this again. Anyway. This is what happens in Amphorius anyway. This is the goddess of the world who births herself to save the world, and she turns it into a book, by the way. She turns a simulation into a book. Anyway, that's what I think's happening with Columbina. Who made the tree? She made the tree. She is the tree. She is the tree that produces the fruit that bore the seed that grew the tree in the first place. It's really silly. Actually, let me take another stab at this. Hold on. Hold on. How do I? I want a new one. No. Okay. Hold on. If you were to become a... what happened to my thickness? I haven't used paint in a long time. Ooh, a calligraphy brush. Fun. You can get all fancy. Okay. Here is my tree. Okay, here's my... We're gonna make this a little prettier this time. Okay, here is my lovely jubbly tree. Okay, here's my lovely jubbly tree. It's very pretty. Lovely tree, okay? This tree, oops, hold on. This tree produces fruit. Okay, this is very important, okay? It's very important that we have those roots down there. So this tree produces a peach, okay? The tree produces a peach. Now this peach falls to the ground, okay? And then this peach rots. It becomes a big mushy... Okay. But inside this peach is a... oh, say it's green because it's going to be easier. Inside this peach is a little green seed. And this little green seed... right here... puts down these little green roots that eventually become the tree, which produces the peach, which turns into the seed, which produces the tree, which produces a peach, which, you see, it's a cycle. It's a cycle of life. It's a whole cycle. It's a self-contained cycle. This is how it works. Anyway. I hate it. That was a very long tangent. I don't remember what started it. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm going to catch up on supers before we move on. Time travel in Genshin. Oh, sorry. Divine Skulls, thank you for your patience and your super. Welcome. Time travel in Genshin has felt like a separate realm or beings outside of time affecting specific spacetimes. Excuse me, like Tavad is a block of spacetimes affected by higher powers, maybe including Descenders. Yeah, I think that's a good way to think of it. Like, yeah, like building blocks, basically. I like blocks of spacetime. Blocks of spacetime makes a lot of sense. You got blocks of spacetime, you just keep adding to them infinitely. And different people add different blocks. Does make lots of sense. Icarus, thank you for the super. Durin should be able to fly in gameplay. Even if he can't fly, he should be able to glide with his wings. Okay, that much. I think Arlecchino, Durin, and Columbina should at least have custom gliders, which are their wings. At the very... And actually, also, Xianyan, because she's a bird. She should also have a custom glider. That is her wings. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. He won't be playable? Who won't be playable? Who, Dottore? If Dottore is going to be playable, it's not going to be this one. Okay. It won't be this one. I really don't think so. I feel like narratively that would be very challenging for them to pull off. I am not confident that they can do that. If Seatlali can glide on her pillow, then the winged ones should be able to use the wings. Yes, precisely. Precisely. As much as I like Seatlali, I don't think she needs that special treatment when no one else gets it. That's not very fair. Yo, Orange, that dude! Thank you for the super. Do you think Rerir can beat Dottore as he is now? Actually, yes. I do. Partly because I think the sinner, this is speculation. I think the sinners in general have they don't have a power that transcends the world, but they do have a power that can challenge the world. So regardless of how powerful Dottore gets, or if he even becomes a descender, the fact that the sinners are also able to have a power that challenges the world means that Dottore, even if he reaches descenderhood, can always be challenged. To become a descender is not to become almighty, right? That's all. That's all I have to say on that, really. It's just, yeah. Uberlius, another one for the idea for the pile Gendo Ikari. Oh, right. Okay. Hold on. You're very right. Hold on. This is a very valid comparison now. This is a very valid comparison now when we go full Evangelion. Because, this kind of feels very, on the nose, right? Yeah. Now the experimenting with Wanderer as Shinji makes a little bit more sense. Just a little bit. Little tiny bit. Little tiny bit. Now in fairness, I have to confess one thing. I knew this years ago because we had concept art for Dottore during Sumeru. So we actually knew about the one-eye robot thing a long time ago, but couldn't talk about it. So we knew this a long time ago. It's one of the reasons why we're just like, oh yeah, no, that's a Gendo thing, huh? This is a very Eva reference. So glad that's out of jail. That's nice to know. It's very weird when things show up in concept art and you're just like, oh man, I actually can't talk about that. This actually happened with Arlecchino too with her arms. Because her concept art came out before she was playable. And you could see the markings all the way up to her shoulders in her concept art, which are really cool. Guizhong actually has a similar thing. Her art is legal now because I think she was her concept art was shown in one of those gallery exhibition things. So you can look up her concept art as well. She actually has like a tattoo on her back, which is interesting. Especially it's actually interesting in context of Dottore because Guizhong has a digital-ish looking tattoo, and she works a lot with hexagons, which are usually considered quite digital-ish kind of stuff. So Guizhong looks very columbina coated. You know, it's very interesting. I think we can say for certain now that Guizhong was at the very least a Sealy. I think that's feasible because we should talk about Zebai now, honestly. Because Zebai has this like scroll that she looks at in her idols, which I recognize isn't really a big deal, except that Guizhong had the same thing. She also had this like scroll, just like Zebai did, that she wrote on with this like cosmic starry ink that she had. So I thought that was really cool. And now that and basically we can say that Zebai is a Sealy without a doubt. So at the very least, I think Guizhong falls into that category. Which just means that there were a few Seelie in Liyue with whom Zhongli was allied with. Which I think is cool. But speaking of Zibai, I was thinking about all the rumors about her. They said she was born, or that she lived on the moon, and that she was part of the chariot thing. It does seem like she has connections to the chariot or whatever. I was looking at her close. I have a hypothesis, okay? Looking at this, which you can see in her splash art, but not as well. Looking at this sort of like crown here, sort of thing, I actually wonder if she's supposed to be a Valkyrie. Now, I know that doesn't really have anything to do with the Chinese myth, but that she's referencing. But the thing about Valkyries is that they were supposed to choose the slain. Right? They were the ones who were supposed to choose chosen heroes and take them to Valhalla, where they would celebrate basically in this really impressive mead hall until the day that Ragnarok arrived, right? Because they were supposed to fight in the War of Ragnarok. Now, I don't know what makes me think that just looking at her face, but she feels, this is entirely vibe-based. I'm going to be very interested to see if there's stuff in her character stories and stuff that can bear this out. Full disclosure, they're not out yet, even in the, leak scene. So I have zero knowledge. This is 100% vibe-based. One of the other reasons I was thinking about her being a Valkyrie when I saw her put the mask helmet piece on in this shot was because she's connected to a lunar chariot of sorts. And I was thinking that if she's a charioteer, then she's essentially someone who ferries people, right? She would be someone who ferries people to and from the moon, potentially. So I wonder if one of her jobs was to be a protector of the deceased, so to speak. If she was supposed to take souls and carry them. Yes, the horse who draws the chariot, basically. The one who takes people to their place of rest. So like a Charon? Yeah, I mean, a Charon works. She lived on the mass graveyards that are the moon, essentially. That's basically what I'm getting at here. Is I think that, yes, she's pulling from, I think she's pulling from we know she's pulling from some Chinese mythology around a lunar chariot. We know that. That much we know. I'm not sure if she's pulling from Wangshu. That was something I wanted to look at before stream started, but I ran out of time. Because I was busy putting my kitchen together this morning. I ran out of time. But I also think that they might be Valkyrie related. Hoyo really likes Valkyries. Really likes them. I really like Valkyries. And it would just fit with the idea that they're going to focus on Plato's theory of the soul, ferrying souls to and from the moon kind of thing. I really need to... After this patch might be a good time to make a video on that. Partially because I think this ties into my vampire theory. Which will be very fun. Very fun. Very fun indeed. HI3 characters are Valkyries, right? Yes, they are. That's one of the reasons. Valkyries also play a pretty big role in Nibelungen Lied, which is the ring cycle story, basically, which Hoyo also really loves. They really love the, they really love that opera and the folklore that goes with it. And now that I've seen Zibai, and I've had time to simmer my thoughts, thanks, Hoyo, for finally giving us Lunar Chariot footage. Queer Bunny is my editor. So they're always really excited when we get, footage that we can actually use when we're talking about things that have only ever been mentioned in books and stuff. It's always a day to celebrate. Always a day to celebrate. Anyway, one other thing I came to the conclusion of when I was listening to them talk about Zabai. One theory I've had for a really long time about vision casings, not visions, but vision casings. Because we've always had like a lot of confusion around them. Like, why do some people have an Inazuma casing or a Fontaine casing when they're from XY? Like, why do certain people have certain vision casings? And I've come to the conclusion that vision casings, I believe, represent the location of home to whoever has them. And this makes sense to me on two levels. So because Zabai has a moon wheel, but it is not a Nod Cry moon wheel, and we know that she once lived on the moon, or at least that's what the rumor says, then she may consider the moon to be her home, and thus her vision reflects her home, right? So it reflects one of the moons, whichever one that she allegedly lived on. Now in Nod Cry, the people who have moon wheels, right, might have moon wheels because Nod Cry is an island that's formed on the remains of the fourth moon that never rose to the sky. So they consider a moon their home. So they have moon wheels, right? Now, Toma, for example, considers Inazuma to be his home, even though he's technically from Mondstadt. So he has an Inazuma vision. This makes sense to me. Oh, wow. Someone is talking about Toma in the chat. Wow. Yes, precisely. It works like that's how I think it works. So where does Nephra's vision come from? So this is another thing. I don't think all visions come with casings initially because like sometimes if you read vision stories, it just talks about a crystal. Sometimes it talks about a whole vision. Sometimes it just talks about a gem. And I wonder if that's because sometimes it manifests as a gem first and then it sets your home. Right? Wanderer, yeah, like you said, does not consider Inazuma to be his home, even though that's where he's from. He considers Sumeru to be more of his home. That is sort of his home base, so to speak. He's pledged his loyalty to the god of that land. Therefore, that is his home. Aino still has a... So this is the thing. Aino has a moon wheel Nod Cry casing, but she doesn't have a moon wheel. She has a vision. That, I think, is a difference between the gem, not necessarily the casing. So I'm specifically talking about the casing right now. If you look at Zabai, she has a moon casing, right? Like, but this casing is very different, or it's different from the Nod Cry casing. I'll show you. Oh, look, it's Aino. So this is the Nod Cry casing versus, hold on, I'm going to open this in a new tab so I can see if we get, wonder if Zabai, it's going to be on here. Oh, she does have one and you can see it, but she has a totally different casing from anyone else. Zabai is not on this list. That's okay. Okay, so you can see right here, for one, the wrong moon is highlighted, so there's definitely a difference there, but also it's missing the 4 little spikes around the edges that Zabai has. So I do think that's relevant, but I think the gem in the center, like that's what determines whether or not it's a moon wheel. I think Aino might have a vision, a proper vision, right here, but like as a gem, but have a Nod Cry casing. Whereas Zabai has another lunar casing that's similar to Nod Cry's, but not Nod Cry's, but has a moon wheel gem. Does that make sense? That's what I'm thinking. That's my current hypothesis on the whole vision casing stuff. It makes sense to me right now. The pattern fits. My pattern matching brain is very happy about it. Yeah. What about Kaya? I honestly don't know. The thing about Kaya is that he's inconsistent. So he's hard to talk about because Kaya does have two wings missing on his Mondstadt casing, but in his pirate skin, those wings are back. So it's hard to say whether or not this was like an actual oversight error from early game models, or if it had an original meaning that they decided not to go with. But whatever it is, it's not consistent, so I can't really take it as evidence of much at this point. Could the moon highlight also depend on which moon? That's my going theory, yes. And looks like she has the moon in the middle. So if we look at Aino's again, Aino and the other moon wheels, I'm pretty sure. Hold on, let's see if we can get another moon wheel on here. Oh yeah, so you can actually see Kaya has all three wings on this one, on his new skin, which is how I think it was supposed to be initially. There's not another one. I wanted to cross-check Aino's vision. Oh, well, I mean, there's an Electro one, so that's Anepha's. Anepha considers Not Cry to be home. That was like her whole story, right? So it looks like Zebai has the moon in the middle. So this elevated part here, this is the darkened part. Whereas Nod Cry has this one. So this is going to represent whatever the fourth moon is. This is whichever moon Zebai is from. I scrolled past Lauma twice. That's very possible. That's very possible. It's very possible. Oh, they do have Zebai listed here. Just they don't have the picture of her vision. That's fine. We don't really have her model in game yet, so that makes sense. Anywho, you get the idea. Do I think the powers of the sinners come from Nibelung? Yesn't. I don't. I'm a little conflicted. I kind of feel like Nibelung's gonna be one of those things that never shows up. I feel like he's dead and gone and will never appear again, to some degree, at this point. I kind of feel like that's where we're going. I don't know that like the abyss is just a will. You know, the abyss has a will, so to speak, but it has no intelligence, which means it has no sentience of sorts, which makes me hesitate to say that it's related to Nibelung, unless he's been stripped of anything. If anything, it could just be something he's left behind. It's hard to say. It's also very possible that Irminsul is just Nibelung. It's possible. I have too many conflicting feelings on it, though, to be able to, like, say anything definitively. Doesn't make, like, I can't make a very good case for any of it right now. It's all very loosey-goosey at the moment. Glee, thank you for the super. Here's my entry fee for today. We don't have entry fees. It's entry free, okay? It's entry free. Entry is free. Please don't make it more expensive. It's not more expensive. It's free. You can... okay. And thank you for talking about the ZZZ Hollows. It drove me crazy. ZZZ must really be connected to all games. It's so hard to say whether or not the games are connected. It's so hard to say whether Hoyoverse is intentionally connecting all of the games or if they just want to put all of the games within this multiverse of multiverses. Because, like, they've basically, with the release of Star Rail and their rebranding into the Hoyoverse, they basically established that they're creating a multiverse of games. And you can see that most of the games at the highest level respect the exact same world building boundaries, which I guess is fine, but also a little limiting. But it's very difficult to look at any one game and be like, yes, that is connected to this game or this game or this game, because it could just be that these are all completely disconnected worlds somewhere within the same multiverse that probably never even come close to touching each other, but have overlapping phenomenon. I kind of feel like that's what we're going with. Overlapping phenomenon. Oregon harvest operation. Oh, that's sketchy. Thank you for your super. Please don't take my organs. What was the burning tree about? There was a teaser for Sumeru when it first came out. Where it was Winter Night's Lazzo. It was the Fatui teaser. And at the very end of it, Kale wakes up from a nightmare wherein Dottore was burning Irminsul. And we thought that was going to happen in Sumeru, and it didn't. And now that we're in Nod Cry and we're watching Dottore become a pseudo descender, or at least take his best shot at it, right? You know, Zabaya actually has the same eyes as Columbina now that I'm looking at it. She has the exact same eyes, except yellow instead of pink. Sorry, I got distracted. But yeah, so he was shown burning Irminsul while talking to Columbina, of all things, which is really funny in hindsight. And now that I'm kind of looking at the story from like a book metaphor, if we think of Irminsul as the record of the world, as sort of like the bindings of the book that contain all of the pages of the events that have already transpired, then if Dottore is trying to take control of the narrative, then he's probably burning books. Literally. Burning the record of the world so he can remake it in his own image. And by that I mean not to make everything look like him, but to make it match his imagination. That's what I meant. It could just be metaphorical. 100%. You're right. It could very much be metaphorical. But I do think, if anything, that is what the burning of Irminsul is supposed to reference or represent. It's actually very possible that they intended at some point to set Irminsul on fire, like to have that event be a thing, and then change their mind about how they wanted to go about it. That's also possible. Like Sunday? Yeah, I mean, Sunday had... I think Sunday is a better representation of the heavenly principles than Dottore, because Sunday had good intentions. He was trying to do good through really bad means, right? He wasn't out for control for the sake of control. He was out for control because he didn't know how else to help people besides stopping them from hurting themselves. So, to me, Sunday is closer to the heavenly principles than he is to Dottore. Dottore feels like he wants control for the sake of control. Dottore feels a bit more like Gopher would, honestly. I really wish they would have named him Cypress. Calling him Gopher Wood makes me just kind of... It's just such a silly name. I know it has... I know it has biblical implications, like it's a reference to something really specific, but it's such a silly name. Just call him Cypress. Anyway, Icarus Noxus, Bearded Potato, thank you very much for your supers. I appreciate it, but also, there is no stream fee. Stop making things up. It's not fun. It's not fun. Gabrielle, thank you for the super. Thank you for the apple seed of knowledge character limit. Rah! Yeah. My problem is that my Word documents probably should have character limits in them because they get out of control very quickly. I told my editor, oh yeah, it's just going to be like a 30-minute video, no problem. And then I sent them a 70-minute audio file and they were like, what the hell is this? And I'm just like, I had an accident. I was very close to not being around anymore. So that's fun. Anyway. Okay, I'm caught up. Hooray! That doesn't happen very often. I was supposed to look at something else. What was I supposed to look at? What is this word I wrote? Sixth what? Charter? What? Sorry. I wrote something down. Apparently I wasn't looking at the paper and now I can't read it. I have no idea what that says. No idea what that says. Oh! Character. That's what it says. That makes more sense. There we go. That happens a lot. Okay. There were other things. One thing I wanted to talk about is actually in this trailer again. One other thing. I am really glad that they've actually finally moved in the directions of making some of these story-heavy events permanent. It only took them 5 years to do it, but thank you. I hope they do some stuff retroactively. There's the chariot. Also interesting here, these look just like moon lanes. Don't you think? You know the moon lanes of the Kuvaki, they have this like threaded kind of thing? They'd look just like moon lanes. Just like moon lanes. I also love that her feet, her shoes, look like hooves from this one specific angle. Just this one angle. Other than that, they're high heels. It would be nice if they added Simulanka. I was just going to say, like, I wonder if they will go back and retroactively add Simulanka and Unreconciled Stars specifically. I think if they go back and add any of them, those are the two they need to add. The rest of them are good, useful, all that kind of stuff. But those are the two that I'm just like, for lore and story purposes, we need those two. Specifically. You know what's interesting? I just realized. This phenomenon that they're talking about here, I don't know if you guys noticed this. This is the exact same moon from Zibai's vision. Check it out. Check it out. Look at that. That is her moon. Whatever this is supposed to, like, this is referencing her moon. Not neat? I think that's neat. That's cool. Your vote is for the OG Albedo story because that's where all the artificial human stuff is. I think that would be my my third pick. I think Simulanka first, Unreconciled Stars second, and then Shadows Amidst Snowstorms third. I think those are the three we need. Her halo is the same. Yeah, it kind of references that. Also, like her earrings, the way the hollows are cut out, like she does appear to reference a very specific moon. I'm waiting for the scene because I don't remember where it is. I'm wondering if Iluga is gonna, or Ilua, I don't actually know how to properly say his name in English, I don't remember. But I wonder if he's gonna end up being a descendant of Solove. I think that would be really cool. I would really like that. If you don't know who Solovey is the very first Lightkeeper. He founded the Lightkeepers, and there's a statue of him at Pyramida where we're going next. Why is there a T in there? Et Lua? Is the G supposed to be said like a T? Well, I'm going to have fun in Snezhnaya, aren't I? I'm going to have to learn all sorts of new pronunciations. I don't know if I'm looking forward to that. Reed Miller's friend? Yes. Yes. Okay, this is fine, but I don't want this part right now. I don't want this part right now. We come back to it, I promise. We come back. There we go. Wanted to talk about Nicole for a second. And I think she's after this part. I think. She is after this part-ish. Ish. Come back. Nicole, where did you go? Is she earlier in the thing? She's not earlier in the thing, is she? I will find you. Okay, yes, Dottore, we know. We see you. We see you. There she is. So, Nicole, you stop moving. Not you, Levi. You're fine. You're fine, buddy. You stay right there. Nicole is interesting here because, correct me if I'm wrong, but does she not look like a fairy? Does she not look just like a fairy? Because she sure looks like one to me. Winks. Oh my god. Come on, man. The point was more that, like, now we have butterfly wings. And it's interesting to me because Flynn's, who is I'm blanking. The Frostland Fae, there we go. I keep trying to call him a silver elf, and I'm like, that is not right. He's a Frostland, he's a Fae, right? He's a Frost Moon Fae. His race of Fae were descended from Seelies. And during certain parts of his skill animation, you can actually see very small wings of this variety coming out of his back, which I think are pretty cool. Snowland Fae, that one. Not Frost Moon Fae. Snowland Fae. Brain's not going good. They tiny wings. But I'm telling you right now, Fae are eldritch creatures. We're going to find out very quickly that the connection between the Fae and the Abyss and the moons and the dragons are all very close. That is my prediction. That's all I wanted to say with Nicole. Kind of sad she loses her hat, but I hope that when she becomes playable, I hope this is her ultimate form. Do you know how well she would sell if this was her ultimate form? She would be so cool. She would be so cool. Can I try to show you his wings? I don't have him. But I can see if anyone online has posted pictures of him. I'm sure they have. There you go. He has little wings. Little wings. There we go. Little wings that spout from his back. Oh, that's cute. That's a cute picture. Right there. That's a very cute picture. Little baby wings. Little baby wings. Which, interestingly enough, they do... Someone made a mod of this, but this is actually a pretty good image of the traveler's wings. It is interesting, the repeating shapes between even Nicole's wings and the little eyes of the traveler here. I do think that's kind of fitting. But yeah, no, Flynn's has tiny little wings. Tiny little wings, and the rest of this is all going to be mods. So we're not going to keep going there. I do like that, though. I just realized that's a pretty good shot of his hand. It does look a lot like Kefali's hand, though. But it also looks like a Thanos hand. You know what this also reminds me of, though, is the last level of the Imaginarium Theater, minus the, you know, red zipper. Yeah. Looks like a nail crashing. Does it? See, this right here, I'm thinking this, though, here with Arlecchino. She's on record later in this whole thing as calling Dottore too powerful to charge up front, and then they ask for Nicole's help at some point. And because of the coloration and this little design element, I am wondering if this magic circle is because of Nicole. Because, again, shot right here. I know the trailers are usually pretty misleading, but I think that fits shape-wise and all that. Sorry, I want to look and see if there's actually a possibility to see a nail. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. It is possible that is a nail. If he gets nailed, that would be kind of funny. In an ironic sort of way, you know? I don't know, that kind of looks like it went up more than down. Some are similar to Raiden and Zhongli. Yeah, that is possible. Albedo did a similar circle versus Rare. He did, yeah. He did. Speaking of Nicole, she has a door in one of those shots. Seeing it reminded me of the loading screen went through a door. Yeah, that was another thing I wanted to talk about. I marked it, and then we're going to come back to it. Question was, where is it? I vaguely remember it, like, down this way-ish. It was before the Miliastra stuff. But maybe it wasn't this far down. These are all rewards. Maybe it's before Zibai. Is it before Zibai? I don't remember where it is. Did I write it down? I didn't. How useless of me. Oh, there it is. There it is. Yeah. So I think this is Nicole coded. This feels Nicole coded to me. Partly because of the colors. The gold and the purple. Very Nicole. And yeah, like you said, there's a door that it leads us to, which has a hex and circle vibe. Like, it can't, like, that is about as on the nose as you get. I don't know how that could be anybody else. Maybe Barbeloth or Barbeloth, I guess is how they want to say it. I guess they want to say it's Barbeloth. But it has a hex and circle vibe. Yep, it does. It does feel a little bit Imaginarium Theater-ish. The thing about passing through doorways is, like, this feels very Alice in Wonderland to me. You know? the whole, obviously there's the teacup that only Alice and Nicole seem to use. Why they share a set, I don't know. Suspicious. Oh, is it a meeting point thing specifically? Gotcha. That would make sense. Octavia also loves doors. Yeah, I mean, so, okay. I have another theory that plays into Hoyo's one idea. Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. I have been trying for a long time to connect keys, to the Hexen Circle. I've been trying to do this for a long time. I've been trying to prove that keys are related to witches. And I was trying to find a really good source for it. Okay? Trying to find a really good source for it. And then Hoyo decided, let me give you something to work with. So in Star Rail, they released this character called the Herda, who is a witch. Very much so a witch. And her weapon, a key. A key to unlock knowledge. A key to unlock knowledge. Specifically, this is literally like the whole thing. And the thing about Herda that I find interesting is that her design is actually covered in these black hands. And the black hands, to me, remind me an awful lot of the Wild Hunt Abyss hands. Okay? Now, we know for a fact that... Hold on. I didn't mean to hit my mic. We know for a fact that Hoyo is heavily inspired by the silver, or from Type Moon, aka Fate, right? They love Fate. Absolutely love it. So, in Fate, we have these silver keys, right? These are keys that are capable of opening gates across time and space. So, in Hexen Circle terms, traveling across times and space using doorways, gateways, mirrors, portals, whatever you want to call it, very fitting that you need a silver key. Now, the whole thing about this silver key is like who it belongs to and stuff like that, right? I can't really go into the details right now, but like to me, because of its associations with like Abigail, for example, it ends up feeling very witch coded. Okay? Couldn't prove anything. But then I realized that the silver key isn't just a Type Moon thing. It is actually... Hold my beer. Actually, sorry. Hold my tea. It is actually a Lovecraftian reference to the silver key. Okay? Now, the silver key in Lovecraft's mythos is, like it says, a magical artifact that unlocks the gates of space and time, just like in Fate, but it's also something that is given to the worthy, if I'm remembering correctly, by Yog-Sothoth, I believe. I think that's what it was. I think it's this one. Is it this one? Hold on. I think it's this one. The thing about Yog-Sothoth, right, is that entity is like this deep space eldritch abomination, but also the guardian of all cosmic knowledge. They are the gateway and the gatekeeper to the knowledge and all that kind of stuff. And there it is. Here it is. So you have to pass through the ultimate gate to obtain the ultimate knowledge, right? And you encounter an entity which is implied to be Yog-Sothoth, and you pass through the gate using a silver key. The thing about Yog-Sothoth is that it is an anagram for Gosoithoth, who is the abyssal abomination that we fought in Natlan. So looking at the Herda being full of these abyssal wild hunt style hands all over her body, on her shoes. There's one on her throat. They're on her hat. They're like everywhere on her, right? So forbidden knowledge also exists in the abyss. Yes, like you said. Keys to unlocking knowledge. All these doorways associated with Alice. Alice in Wonderland is also associated with a lot of keys. She had to use a lot of different keys to open a lot of different doorways. There's a lot of very, very memorable scenes in both the book and Disney's adaptation, at least, of Alice leveraging keys to open lots of doorways that get her through her journey through Wonderland. And I'm just like looking at the Hexen Circle from this perspective now, because like domains, all of them open using keys, right? All of them are these moments frozen in time that are kept under lock and key. And I have been trying for a long time to prove without a shadow of a doubt that this is a Hexen Circle thing. So do you think the door that we enter when we log in could be something? Personally, I think yes. I think that is a door into Wonderland, essentially. Because, like, this seems to be a recurring theme for Hoyo. Like, if you even look at Amphorius, again, I know I keep bringing it up, but literally, it's like the entire story of Genshin condensed into 1 year. That's what Amphorius feels like. Really, truly does. But if you look at Amphorius again, the way that you enter Amphorius is also through a doorway in this weird liminal space, right? Which is called path space. So like when you go to path space, I don't think they're going to have an image of it, and I don't want to... I don't want to go find the image. March 7th, path space. But they have to enter a door to get in there. You have to pass through a doorway. I don't know where the image is, and I don't want to go looking for it. Basically, you can blame Alice for screwing up your artifact rolls. She does love a bit of chaos. Could the login screen be the borders that Alice keeps, and us logging in every day is like a way to break the fourth wall, which Alice canonically does? I think something to that degree, probably. Like, to me, like, there should be some sort of layer between the world outside and then Teyvat proper. And it might not even be, like, a literal layer of heavens, but, like, it might just be like a metaphysical cognitive layer. Because like path space, for example, this thing right here, conceptually speaking, is not like a real place. It's a place where philosophical paths cognitively converge. I think. It's a little difficult to say. But the point is, this isn't like a truly physical space that you go to, necessarily. So I think it's possible that the doorway that we see when we enter Teyvat is something along these lines, right? Are we going to see Klee's dad? Do you want to know my super crack theory, which is probably very wrong about Klee's dad? Do you want to hear it? This is very this is very crack. And has like a 1% chance of being true. But it would be so funny if it is. Okay, it would be so funny. It would be so funny. I think there's a 1% chance that Klee's dad is Andreas. Because it would be so funny. It would be so funny. Do you know how funny it would be if the wolf was the father of Little Red Riding Hood? It would be so I told you this is my super crack theory, okay? No one else has this theory. It is mine for funsies, not expecting it to ever be real, but it would be so funny if it is. So funny. Because the thing about angelic beings and like these elemental beings, right? Like sea leaves aren't truly human. They don't really have only a human shape. Zabai is a horse, right? Xiao and Xianyun are birds, literally. So like, they're not only human. So for Alice, who I personally don't think is human either, I think she is also a creature of sorts, some other species. Calling her a creature is kind of mean, but I mean that very fondly. I quite like Alice. You could even argue that Andreas has a human form, if you really want to. Why couldn't he have one? If you really wanted to go there. I'm just saying. That is my crack theory, and if it comes true, I want all of the credit, because it would be the most glorious thing to be right about ever. It's like my one thing. If I'm right about any crack theory, let it be that one. Isn't he dead? Yeah, he wasn't always dead. And also, Alice never says she gave birth to Klee. Just want to remind you guys. Alice says that Klee was brought to her by the waves of summer. Just saying. There's no record of Klee's birth. I'm just saying. It would be really, really, really funny. Anyway, this, again, not realistic. I don't even know if it's probable, but it would be so funny. And so I want it on the record that if this comes true, this is my idea. So Klee is the little seed. Honestly, it's possible. It is very possible that Klee is Alice. It is so possible that it's not even funny. There is a good case to be made that Klee is Alice at two different stages of her life. It's very true. Anyway, there is logic behind the reason why I say it might be Andreas, but I'm not going to get into it. I think it's really funny. Super funny. Gonna be another freaking Cyrene. Honestly, for realsies, yes. Here. So I wrote a theory after Amphorius finished, and I haven't finished it yet. I got distracted by other projects, and I might finish it still. So when I do, please act surprised. But here's the basic idea. I had this theory that Paimon, the Sustainer, Alice, and Klee are all the same person at different points in time. That's a distinct possibility now because Cyrene's existence made that a possibility. Because Cyrene also exists in those same forms. She exists as the goddess at the end of time. She exists as a young girl who trains the AI. She exists as Mem, the little floating fairy that accompanies the Trailblazer. And she exists as the seed from which everything in the world sprouts, right? The AI seed. So she has 4 forms. So we would have Alice, the Sustainer, Klee, and Paimon, potentially, all being the same person. And it is actually feasible for that to be the case. That is a possibility. I've written about 5,000 words attempting to prove this out, and then I got distracted and never finished. But it's possible because, like, if you look at hold on. Typing around my keyboard is really hard. Okay, this is Mem. She's a little floating fairy companion. She's the source of your powers, etc., etc. She accompanies the trailblazer, who's the traveler equivalent. She's also the goddess that exists at the end of time. You know, she's also the goddess of the world, but not technically the creator of the world. So, I mean, it's plausible. This is something that happened. Since Paimon looks so much like the Sustainer, but also the Sustainer looks a lot like Alice, and Alice looks a lot like Klee, even though Klee doesn't look a lot like Paimon, you can make an argument. There is an argument to be made that these four are more closely related than they appear at first glance. And it would actually play out in a similar way, where like Paimon would be the seed of the tree, and then Klee is the bud, and then the Sustainer is the flower, and then Alice is like the final form, right? The tree that produced the flower. That you know, you get the idea, right? So that's my current hypothesis. It's something I will eventually turn into a video. It's literally like, I don't want to log in right now. Don't make me log in. It's almost completely done. I was writing up like the closing section. It's like 25, 30 minutes or so, proving out a theory. They don't have the same type of ears. I don't even think that matters. I really don't. I really don't. Because they have no distinct shape. Like the reason why, you know, Mem takes the form of a fairy is because Cyrene likes fairies. And so she just takes the form of a fairy. Like there's no rhyme or reason why Cyrene in Star Rail has pointed ears. There's no reason why. None. Zippo. And when you consider the fact that, like, elemental beings and gods can change their form at will, it doesn't really matter. Some of the little things don't matter too much. The fact that Alice jokes about herself being the final boss, when the quote-unquote final boss that we've met going to the outside of the firmament was a Sustainer of heavenly principles who looks a lot like Alice, but also Paimon, and who are both Sustainers of the borders, is kind of suspicious in its own way. You know, like it's a distinct possibility. Anyway, let's move on. Little Cyrene didn't have the same ears. She did. Cyrene did have the same ears, actually. Oh, I think Chrome froze on me. Hold on. Did my stream freeze? No, it was just my browser. Okay, cool. Just Chrome. Chrome just sucks. That's okay. We're okay with that. I'm gonna regret this. There. Oh no, I'm not gonna regret this. Look at that. It's the model. It's the head. Here's her head. Here's her skull. This is young Cyrene. This is big Cyrene. There are differences just between the heads and skulls. Her ears got a lot longer. It's really, honestly, not a big thing. They can definitely change it. And I think they would change it, honestly. In order to keep it a secret. They gotta keep it a secret. Anywho, that's my story. This stream is sponsored by Opera GX. No, it's not. No, it is not. But Chrome is not the best browser. It's just the one that I use for this account. I have different browsers for different accounts, and this is just the one that got attached to this account. So, do I think the Heavenly Principles and the Primordial one are two different beings? If so, are the Traveler and their twin referencing another version of the two beings? I think the Primordial one is a title, and I think the Heavenly Principles is a title. So I think the first Descender is currently both the Primordial one and the Heavenly Principles. But I think that they're just titles and they can be given to any Descender who is worthy of taking that spot. So it's possible that we're not even on the first Descender anymore. We might be on the second Descender. The heavenly principles currently might be Soidervoinen instead of Phaenus. It's very possible. I don't think so, but like it's possible. Cool Ranch, thank you for the super that I totally didn't forget about until just now, but asking for a friend. What is Mary Ann and Anne up to? I'm not sure I understand this question. Do you mean Mary Ann as in the one that fused with Lyris and then also little Anne? Because I don't think they're up to anything. They're not doing anything. Like, this is the original Mary Ann, and we know now, basically, we were proven right that it appears, based on the current information that we have, that Elaine Guillotine, who I am not going to say the way that she does, because I don't want to. It seems like towards the end of his life, he did make a robotic clone of his sister. And then he died. So he did successfully make a clone of Mary Ann, and that became Sandrone. And Sandrone, in turn, created Polonia, who I think is supposed to be Elaine. But I don't think Sandrone consciously made him that way. I think that is residual from Mary Ann, who missed her brother. That's what I think, personally. Not to say Polonia is her brother. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that I think she created him, or it, I guess, since it's a robot, sort of to take a big brother's place, like to fill a void, right? Because if Mary Ann and Elaine were very close, because they were very close siblings. They basically only had each other until they, met the others. If he created Sandrone in the image using the brain scans of his sister, which we have evidence of him doing, then it's possible that there's something in Sandrone's subconscious that feels like there's a void or something missing in the spot that used to be occupied by Elaine when she was still Mary Ann. And she put Polonia in that place. That's kind of how I see it. Polonia got called she by Sandrone. Did she? That's really funny. Am I going to C6 Columbina? I don't think I'm going to pull Columbina. That's a separate conversation. But I don't think the Mary Ann that we meet, this one, I don't think this one is up to anything, nor do I think Anne is up to anything. I think they're just trying to figure out who they are now, because they are also, to some degree, Mary Ann, right? This Mary Ann has parts of her from the original Mary Ann, but she also fused with Lyris. So she's not really Mary Ann, but she's not really Lyris either. She's both. So she's someone new. Now, Anne was also a fragment of Mary Ann, but she's also not Mary Ann. So we really have 3 Mary Anns that aren't Mary Ann. So there are a total 4 Mary Anns? Yes. Okay, so the question was, am I C6 in Columbina? And the answer to that is no, I'm not going to C6 Columbina because I don't think I'm going to pull Columbina for a couple of reasons. The first is I'm kind of wiped out after C6ing Durin. So there's that. The second is I have no Nod Cry characters apart from Aino and Yehoda. That's it. That's all I have for Nod Cry characters. I haven't pulled any of them. So like, gameplay wise, I don't know how useful she is for me. I know she enables lunar reactions for other characters, including Zabai, but like I have no intent to pull Zabai, and I don't think I have the means to pull both Zabai and Columbina back to back, and or even Anefa, because I know Anefa's rerunning. They said that. So like, I just don't know how much she would really add to any other team, even though she gives lunar reactions to them. Like, I don't think that the lunar reactions she gives are particularly helpful. You know? Like, I'm sure they're a boost, but I don't know that they're a note. I don't know that they're a noticeably big enough boost to non-nod cry or non-lunar reaction characters. So there's that. But also, probably the biggest reason why I don't think I'll get her is not only is Hydro really saturated on my account, no pun intended. I have a lot of Hydro characters. So I don't really have a good spot for her. But also, I did not like her gravity walking at all. You know, like the way she walks, like she's in zero gravity. She's kind of like languidly bouncing. I did not like that. I did not think it felt good. It was a bit like, so it's kind of the reason I have a hard time playing Mona. I don't like her dash. Same with Ayaka. It doesn't feel good to me to play, so I don't like it. But if you play the I mean it's cool. I grant you that it's cool. I don't think it feels good. I'm sure you'll get used to it, but I don't currently like it. And so like it's really hard to justify pulling for her when I don't really like moving around as her because it feels really uncomfortable to me in ways I can't articulate. And then I have no place for her on my account, and I just don't have that many pulls saved up after C6ing Durin. So it's kind of a perfect storm of maybe on a rerun, but not right now. It's better when she's dashing. I bet it's yeah. She just feels she feels slippery to me. Like if you guys have ever played a Mario game, a 3D Mario game, Mario is very slippery. You know? When you compare Mario's movements to other platformers, it's very, very different. And I don't like how slippery Mario is. Like, I know that's part of, like, the game, but, like, it does not mesh well with my brain, just in general. Thoughts on getting Varka or Nicole? I don't think we have enough information on them yet. I'm mixed on Varka. I don't particularly... I don't love him. I don't hate him. He's fine. I like him well enough, but I've got a lot of Animo DPSs on my account. And I don't see him as anything other than an Animo DPS. So I don't know that I really have a good place for him either. We'll see, but I'm not confident. Nicole is Pyro. So she might have a better place on my account. But again, we'll just have to wait and see. Because sometimes, you know, like, even if you really like a character, sometimes it's just hard to justify getting them if their gameplay just isn't congruent with the way that you want to play the game. But he's sexy, that's all that matters. I am very ace. In fact, I am a little too ace for that. Varka did not meet my adoption requirements. How do we know Nicole is Pyro? She has a Pyro gem on the back of her neck. You think Varka will mesh well with Durin? I don't... Maybe. But, like, I have a C6 Durin. I don't need anyone to carry for him. Right? Like, it's kind of a cursed problem. What in the horse? Yeah, that's a Miliastra thing. They're giving away the horse outfits for the Miliastra stuff, which is interesting. So did we talk about the sixth character? No, we didn't. That's where I was going. But I was trying to go through supers before we did that, because I think that's where we'll probably wrap up for today, is talking about the sixth character, because I think that's a good spot. I think I know who it might be, but we'll talk. We'll talk. Sorahiko, thank you for the super. Do you think one of the clones of Dotori escapes and then burns Irminsul? Because I think we will be killing the boss version of him in this new version. I kind of already talked about Dotori surviving and whether or not he's going to burn Irminsul. So I guess I recommend a rewind to go see that section, I guess. But I think best case scenario, if I was in Hoyo's position, I think the most realistic thing to do with Dotori is to kill off the current segment. I think they would kill off the current segment, and then they would revive a more benign segment in Snezhnaya. I think if I were Hoyo, that's what I would do. I just don't think they're going to keep him dead if they kill him, but I also don't think they'd just leave him hanging unless they intended to immediately redeem him and make him playable. Like, they did it with Wanderer, right? Where they kind of like, we defeated him and then he was imprisoned, but so he was like kind of lurking there in the background. But he was basically made playable shortly after not really going through a redemption arc, but more of a revenge arc. So now he's swapped sides. I don't like to call him redeemed because he's not really redeemed. He's actually like literally trying to do better, but also accepting responsibility. So he's not forgiven. He's just allowed to, make reparations. Which I don't really think is... I don't see that quite in the same light as redemption. But that's semantics. I think same thing for Dotori. I feel like if they were gonna do a redemption arc, so to speak, and leave him imprisoned or whatever, I don't think it would work as well for him. Or at all. It just doesn't work with him. It'd be so difficult to make that work. So you'd either need to have a benign or less hostile or more playful version of Dotori become the playable one later in the future. A segment that somehow escaped or whatever. Or you would have to have him be imprisoned, but then immediately come back as a bigger threat and then die for good and never become playable. So I think they'll go the first route where you defeat him and he's gone, but then you meet a less dangerous version of him later, which isn't the same segment as the one that you fought. I think that's more likely. But that's based on probability. Like, if I was in Hoyo's shoes, including the will of the writers and the executives who want the monies, that seems most likely to me. We'll see. Raven, thank you for this super. Speaking of ZZZ and Hollows and Evangelion, I feel the need to point out that Evangelion had the Dirac C. I just hope we won't kill Hollows Shinji style. Yeah. Okay, if you guys don't know, oops, this is the guy who invented it. Okay. So the Dirac C is a slightly complex concept, but whenever I encounter it in media, it's almost always as a sort of I don't want to call it I don't want to call it it's more like an abyssal thing, like a primordial ocean, a collective consciousness, but usually a liquid of sorts. Usually when I encounter it in media, that's kind of how it shows up. That's not technically what it is. Obviously, it is a scientific theory and mathematical model. But in Genshin, the equivalent would be something abyssal because the abyss is related to quanta, and quanta is obviously dealing with quantum phenomena. And this is related to quantum studies. That'd be my guess. I also hope they don't go this way, but they will. They almost guarantee that they will. Partly because I feel like the way that they're treating Star Rail is pretty indicative of how they're gonna treat Genshin, and the trajectory in Star Rail, I think, is pretty firmly set in this direction. So it's usually used as wibbly wobbly quantum mechanical stuff. Yeah, basically. If an actual evil Dottore was playable, he'd never show up in events. Yeah. Unlike Wanderer, Dottore doesn't seem capable of holding himself accountable. Yeah, well, because Dottore's motivations aren't... The thing about Wanderer, redemption-wise, and even Signora, like, let's put those two in the same category, because I think they both belong in the same category. Both of them did bad things because they loved people. And bad things happened to the people they love. So they became sort of like a product of a society or world that they felt wronged them, right? Like they became monsters for the sake of seeking justice for the people they cared about. So in that respect, it makes more sense for them to be able to hold themselves accountable for things, because their bad actions came from a good place, right? Dottore's bad actions are inherently more selfish, I think, which makes it very difficult for him to hold himself accountable for things, because for him, the goals are very firm. He's very rigid. He's not flexible, right? He's not open to change or critique in the same way that people like Signora or Wanderer would be. I know Signora's dead, but my point is more like Signora came from a very, came from a good place. The people around her that she loved were getting slaughtered, and she became a monster to stop them from getting slaughtered. And, her actions sort of continued during her time with Fatui. Like, sure, she became kind of questionable at times, but like, she still came from a good place. I don't want to call Dottore evil, because I feel like when you boil something down just to being good or evil, you kind of forget the human element of it. So Dottore is a product of Sumeru's failure to teach him the things that he didn't know and that he didn't understand. And there are some very specific things and very important things. Those are abyssal ostriches, and it's so strange that he doesn't understand, that Sumeru really needed to teach him. And I think having a system that is so heavily focused on academics and striving for achievement and all that other kind of stuff, it seems like it would be perfect for him on paper. But when you're so focused on the scholastic elements, oh yeah, there it is. That's Nicole, like literally right next to the door. I think when you're so focused on the scholastic elements of it, it's very easy to strip the humanities out of it, to strip the part, like the stuff that you can't understand out of the equation. Like you look at things in ones and zeros so often that you forget that there's space between them. And Dottore has blind spots in that he doesn't see the space between. Like, that doesn't matter to him as much. And I think there is the event that we had in Sumeru with Thoth, right? Or Thought. I don't remember how they actually pronounced it in game. I think technically it's supposed to be Thought. I think they planted a seed of potential redemption there, where they showed Dottore as a scholar who felt like he wasn't getting the recognition that he deserved for his achievements. And it gave them, it would hypothetically give them some room to give him people that he could have cared about. But the way that they've written him, to me, feels like even though there were people he could have potentially learned to care about if given the opportunity and time, I don't feel like he ever really got that chance. So I don't think he ever learned that. So I think Dottore is missing a very human variable in his calculations. And that's one of the reasons why I think it's very difficult to redeem him. But I also don't necessarily think that he's inherently evil. I don't think he does evil things for the sake of doing evil things. Like, he's not hurting people for the sake of hurting people. He has a methodology. And while the things he does are very questionable and oftentimes hideously wrong, he doesn't do them for the sake of doing them. He does them for the knowledge. Like, it's like a byproduct of pursuing knowledge. And pursuing knowledge isn't inherently a bad thing. But he never learned the boundaries and the importance of the boundaries. Sorry for asking this if we already went over it, but what are your thoughts on Lunotar being Columbina from the past? That's a theory I saw going around. I put all my thoughts on that in my last video. But Roosevelt actually made a video where like that was the main argument, if you're interested in learning more about that. I'm not particularly a fan of it because it means that like in her idol animation, Columbina would be rocking herself to sleep because she would be both sleeping on the moon, but also the Luonotar that's kind of moving the moon, rocking the moon back and forth. So it doesn't make sense that they are the same person to me, personally. I think that's a bit odd. And also, there are just many times when Luonotar does not seem to understand what's going on. And those are always in situations where if she was Columbina, she should understand what's going on. So I don't think they're the same. Now, that said, this is one point that I covered in the video. I do think it's possible that Luonotar is acting as an avatar of Columbina's will at points. I think that's a possibility, if anything. I think that's plausible. That would be congruent with everything else that we know. Unless Luonotar is the seed's seed for past Dottore fight. I don't think so. Because the thing is Luonotar, in case you guys forgot, Luonotar isn't unique. Luonotar is just what you call a very mature Kuhenki. And it's a Luonotar is basically just a Kuhenki that has evolved over time and matured over time to become a super Kuhenki. So, like, there are lots of Luonotar. In theory. It's just that we've met one in particular that's been particularly fond of us that we've met. But that's not the only one that exists. So Luonotar isn't a name any more than Kuhenki is a name. So you know. Did I speak out about Paimon missing in the live stream trailer image? I honestly don't think it's as big of a deal as many people are saying. I don't think anything's going to happen to Paimon. I think that... So there are a few instances in the game, I think there's like 5 instances or so, maybe a little bit less, where the Traveler has had to do something on their own without Paimon. And they either tell Paimon explicitly it is too dangerous for you to go with me, or they do something while Paimon is missing, either sleeping or, you know, distracted or whatever, right? Like when they went to fight Gosoithoth, Paimon didn't go with them, right? When they went to, if you did the Nartzenkreuz quest and the Melazine's quests, when you go into the book with Canatilla, Paimon doesn't go with you. She waits on the outside. So I think this might just be one of those cases where it's too dangerous for Paimon to go. And so Paimon has to sit on the wayside. The thing is nothing can really happen to Paimon. And the reason why we know that is because if anything happened to Paimon, they have to change the entire menu system. All of it. Think about it. The main menu of the game is Paimon. Right? You buy things through Paimon's shop. Right? Your powers come from Paimon. You cannot be separated for long periods of time from Paimon in this game by design. The system, the email systems of this game come from Paimon. Which is actually part of the whole Alice might be related to Paimon theory, because Paimon is the system. It's not actually our Paimon, but it is the Paimon system. Which reminds me a lot of the Demiurge AI system seed that birthed the goddess of the... Anyway. We're not getting into that. You can't change time without it. There's that too! Also, what was Mem's power? It was over time. Mem had power over time. Paimon seems to freeze time. That's something that people have been saying since the very beginning of the game. You can't change time without Paimon or something like that. Anyway. I didn't talk about the Abyss letter thing. That's kind of what let's do that and then we'll talk about the sixth character and then we'll wrap up. I think that'll be a good place to wrap up. I don't want my New Year's resolution is to have a better work-life balance, and that means not streaming until 1 o'clock in the morning anymore. You know? The Paimon menu includes all the settings too. Yeah, like if you change the volume up and down, it's Paimon's voice. Paimon coming in! Paimon coming in! Is this volume okay? Can you hear Paimon? I don't like how well I did that. I do not like how well I did that. Okay. Not the point. Did the mic clip or did I clip? Because I felt like I clipped. Anyway, what were we doing? We're going to do... Okay. We wanted to do the Marana avatar thing. There were actually a couple of these. I saw a couple. All right. So, if you guys don't know what we're talking about, if you played through Sumeru and you actually did the Aranara quest, I'm not saying you had to do the whole thing, but like the main quest line of the Aranara quest is not that long. It really isn't. It's like 4 or 5 hours, which is like the same as like whatever the other big world quests are. It's like around the same length. It's all of the extra stuff that you can do after that main quest line that takes a long time. Anyway, when you fight the Marana avatar in when you fight Marana's avatar, I think it's Musashi that found this, actually. I'm pretty sure. I wanted to find an image of it. Like an actual image of it. Oh dear. Hold on. I don't know if I can find it. I don't think I have it saved either. I really think it was Musashi who found it. Who had a good image of it. Bleh. Ooh. I think it was Musashi. Was it not Musashi? I thought it was. Boo! I don't know if I can find this. It's been a long time. Yeah. Unless it's like actually on here. Unless they added it in here, which I don't think they did. Don't think they did. No, they didn't. I don't know where it is and you can't... Okay, well, actually, you can see it kind of okay here. It's not the best image. Musashi had a better image of it. Okay, so you can kind of... I'm sorry it's blurry. This is the best I can find right now. But you can see right here that at the center of this core... Musashi's another content creator. He usually does like boundary breaks. So like he clips through into domains like where you're not supposed to go and stuff. He's fun. But sometimes he like pulls models and looks at stuff like that. But I'm pretty sure it was him. I could be misremembering. I'm pretty sure. But okay, so like there's this little spirally symbol thing. And the thing is, no, I don't want that one. Want this one. Okay. The thing is, where are the other languages? Oh, okay. Well, there you go. I think it is, yeah, I think it's a Latin-based one. There we go. I think it's this one. So it's, likely... Whoopsie. Is likely... Let's make this smaller. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. So the idea was... That one is the U. We want the N. Where is it? There it is. It is flipped. But the symbol is basically the same as the N or the U in the Latin script here. And I think the question is whether or not this symbol in the abyss is also another letter. Now, there are a lot of languages in Teyvat to sift through, so it's going to be a little hard to say. It doesn't appear to be a Latin letter, but it might be a different letter. Looks like the Devorator. The Devorator probably looks more like these things. This is probably what the Devorator was. It's just like these. But here's the thing. I had a theory for a long time about the whole abyss thing being ink, right? Like being a raw material from which you write the language of this world, like the story of this world, using language and letters and things like that. And so now I'm looking at the abyss forming its own letters through a bombastic side eye. You know what I mean? Russian. No, I don't. It would be an in-game language. It would be an in-game language. There's a lot of these. I want a category page. I want like there's actually like a legit just languages page. I just don't remember where it is. Some days I just don't remember. Actually, what is the nod cry script? I haven't looked at it. Is there one? I don't know that it really works well for a nod cry script. Although we are missing 3 letters. So it is possible. It is possible this is a nod cry script. Is it languages entry? Was I on the right page? Well, maybe I was. I was. I'm just an idiot. Okay, cool. Love that. That's fun. Anyway, the point I was trying to make is that if the abyss is forming letters, then the abyss seems to be like trying to write itself into existence. And I think that's kind of what's going on in a lot of ways. Because, like, ink is just a liquid. It has to be intentionally shaped in order to become something that's legible, right? So one of the things that the abyss is really good at is mimicking anything it comes into contact with. So it can mirror stuff, which I think is really interesting too, given that this symbol inside of Marana, is a mirror image, not of these, of the, where is it? There it is. It's a mirror image of the N here, right? Like, it's like you just put a mirror up and it just went, whoop, there it is. It's reflected. So, like, for this one, this should, in theory, be a mirror image of another letter. I don't know what letter. I don't know in what script. It could be any of these. Probably the Latin one still, because that would make sense to me, but who knows? Little hard to say. Probably not Latin. I still think this isn't Latin. We're missing letters in Nod Cry, so it's actually potentially something else. But you see the point. You see the point. I've strengthened that this idea has been strengthened in my mind ever since seeing the iridescent inscriptions in Natlan, but also after watching Durin's trailer, because in Durin's trailer, if you didn't know, we are gonna watch it. Well, not the whole thing, but I want you to watch some parts of it. Mostly the parts with the pen. So the pen initially writes in violet ink, okay? Purpley blackish ink. That is the color that the pen writes in. You see all of it, all of the writing, the letters, they're all in purple. Yes, there's gold on here still. They're all in purple. But then, as the story progresses, and Durin takes control of his own story, something quite interesting happens where this purple script starts turning into gold. So to me, the purple is like the unrefined abyssal writing, and then it turns into a gold final story kind of thing, right? So this is kind of where I'm at with the whole abyss stuff. We're just waiting on the desperate mention, just saying. I don't want that'll send me down a really long thing. But like you can see, like, even down here, I can't highlight it or else the YouTube thing will come up. But you can see, like, down here, like, it starts out purple and then it turns to gold because it's highlighting what's actually being written. So Durin's basically picking up his own pen and turning it into his own story. So I look at it as like, you can form letters using abyssal ink and they only come to life at a certain point, like when you breathe life into them. And when you breathe life into them, they turn to gold, and that's why gold is like this descendery power, right? Gold as in Rhine-daughter. That it does kind of make Rhine-daughter's name a little ironic when you think about it, because she made so many creatures out of abyssal material, including Durin, that her name being gold is funny. Anyway. Isn't turning things into gold what alchemy is also for? Yes, which is another reason why I've called language magic dragon alchemy. I wrote a whole script about it, about how you write a world into existence through words and things. I've actually written a couple at this point. At this point, I'm just making the same video over and over again, which means Hoyo's trained me well and I only have one idea now. That's not true. I have more ideas. I'm done rehashing. I think my last take on the book writing thing is probably the last one I will write on that topic, because I think it's probably as refined as it's gonna get until it becomes canon or completely disputed. One of the two. One of the two. We'll see. Anyway, you get the idea. You get the idea. When writing, the imprinting on the other side is mirrored. That's a good point. The back side of the page. Wouldn't it be interesting if the whole concept of turning the world upside down and the whole idea that Tevat is flat is actually because it's just one long page of a book and the Abyss and Conria are just written on the back side of the page and it leaves an imprint or a ghost on the opposite side? Because that would be pretty cool. That'd be a pretty cool concept. Play with all the mirror imaging thing and all that kind of stuff. I kind of like it. It's a fun theory. Anyway, moving on. That's enough of that. La, 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 la. Adeline, thank you for the super. Is Cyrene a bootstrap paradox, the first loop? Technically, yes. You know, I don't want to go down this road again, but one thing I don't like about this, I still have this open. One thing I don't like about this closed causal loop, which is effectively what a bootstrap paradox is that it either exists in a still moment where everything happens all at once and then it just doesn't happen again because it's just constantly in motion. But the thing I don't really like about it is that, like, the idea that you can have a bootstrap paradox where, like, an item is being, like, manifests at some point in a timeline and it has no point of origin and then continues to loop through itself. Like, the object itself might have its own sense of time degradation. So, like, even though it's moving through the same block of time, the time that passes for the object itself is still linear to some degree. So, like, if you took a watch, right, and you just put it through this closed causal loop and started handing it around in circles and around in circles through this, like, you know, it appears and it's given to this person who gave it to this person who got it from that person who got it, like, it just goes in this loop, right? Just like this peach tree. Eventually the watch will degrade. Like, the watch itself doesn't technically reset. Like, it could degrade, which would mean that after a few cycles, like, the watch would just disintegrate and disappear, right? And in that case, the loop suddenly resolves itself. And I hate that idea very much. But also what Hoyo's done is that because this closed causal loop only happens within a book, which was produced as the result of a simulation, you actually end up with this, like, weird situation where you have a closed causal loop within a timeline that also appears to be its own closed causal loop. Because if Cyrene is the tree that produces the peach, that produces the seed that produced the tree, right? And she does that because she looks back in time, like, you know, you've got this closed causal loop. But at the same time, this happens in Star Rail on a grander scale because you have... This is Fuli. This is the god Fuli, okay? He's like, or she, or it, they, whatever. This is a magic eon god who exists at the end of time and looks back to the very beginning of time like this. Sorry. Like this, where they plant the seed. Well, a bunch of seeds, really. And one of these seeds becomes Fuli. So you have a closed causal loop inside of a closed causal loop, and I hate it. It's Matryoshka loops. I don't like it. And it means that every planet potentially has the ability to be its own closed causal loop within a bigger system of closed causal loops. I don't like it. I don't like it. I hate it. I hate it very much. Sorry, I didn't mean to go on that tangent. I was just answering a super, okay? I was just answering a super. Leave me alone. Where are all the super chats this stream? They happened earlier. I've had many of them. But thank you, Icarus, for your additional super. I appreciate it. I really don't. We really don't need supers. It's okay. That's totally fine. I kind of sometimes forget they're there. So anyway, I don't like loops. I don't like them. I don't like them because it means that whoever is going to become Fuli has already been decided. Because they were the ones who sent themselves back to the start of the loop to become Fuli. So like it's already been decided, but also it technically hasn't. But I don't like it because it removes the idea that you have branching pathways and free will. But the concept of Fuli can only exist if they end up becoming the end point of time, which I don't like. Because it means we know how the game ends. Or Hoyo wrote themselves into a corner. I don't like it. Like they literally can only do that if they become finality. Anyway, a Jin particle. Yes, that's the term. Thank you. I'm forgetting what it was called forever. You'd think I remember because the Jin are Deshret's thing. Interlocking time loops is time knitting. I hate that so much. I hate that so much. I don't like that at all. I don't like... No. Why? Why would you do that? It's so mean. It's rude. Like, I don't want to be Doctor Who in the Hoyo-verse. Doctor Who-yo. Who-yo-verse it. Or it means that the loop is a cycle that does not go back on itself. I mean, I don't like it either way, honestly. I don't like it either way. Because here's the thing. Okay. This is a minor spoiler, very minor spoiler for the latest quest of Star Rail. Okay, here's the reason I don't like this. Because, and this is relevant to Genshin because, again, Genshin is part of the Hoyoverse, whether we like it or not. It is subject to some of the same laws, and we will see repeated patterns in Genshin, and it will eventually tie into Star Rail. So, this is relevant. But here's the thing I don't like. The concept of finality in Star Rail assumes that there are multiple branching timelines, okay? In time travelology, we call this world lines, okay? We call this world lines. So the idea is that you start out here and you can go this way, but you could also go this way, but you could also go this way, and you could also go this way, right? These are all called world lines. And the idea is that they all exist at the same time and they run parallel to each other. So if you do, there's a method of time traveling where you're literally, if you are on this world line, you hop to this world line, right? And then you continue on this one. So your story would technically, it would be like a choose your own adventure where you start over here and you go down this one. You're like, I don't like where this is going. I jump over to this one. And you go down this one. You're like, I don't like where this is going. Go over to this one. I don't like where this one's going. Go over to this one, right? So like you could do this. This is considered a form of time travel where you hop world lines. Because technically speaking, you could go from here and then be like, I don't like that. I don't like that. right? And so technically speaking, you are at different points in time, but on different world lines. So it's not technically time travel because you're not going backwards in your own time. You're just jumping across world lines. So here's the thing. This is very Steins Gate. If you've seen Steins Gate, yes, this is Steins Gate. This is kind of how Steins Gate works, essentially. The thing I don't like is that in Star Rail, what they've done now is they have created this timeline that contains an infinite loop. Okay? There is an infinite loop. Now, this is the Amphorius timeline, right? They've created this closed causal loop, but then they have also created a closed causal loop here. So what they've done, and it ends over here somewhere. This is the end point, okay? So what they've actually done is they've created a closed causal loop within a closed causal loop, but with multiple world lines, which could all contain their own closed causal loops, which I don't friggin' like because that means you are mixing different time travel theories into one worldview, and I don't think it fits. I don't think this fits at all. Like, I don't think they work together. I don't think this makes any sense whatsoever. This is just a timey-wimey bubble of nonsense to me. There isn't an eventual exit point. There isn't one. Because Fuli has to exist at the end of time. Because, by definition, whoever gets to the end of time and becomes finality essentially represents the end. And then finality, you see, travels backwards in time. Okay? Finality actually travels backwards in time. But finality allows you to jump between world lines however you like. Which I don't like it. This, to me, is so overcomplicated that it's just messy. And I don't like that they did this. Because it's gonna make things so complicated for them in all of their games going forward. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Because here's the other thing. Here's the other thing. It might be that we have this going on. Because the way HoYoverse works is the world itself exists on a sort of imaginary tree, okay? There's sort of an imaginary tree. That's kind of what represents the universe at large, or the multiverse. And at the end of each of these branches is a singular universe. The thing is, because it's a single tree, it is very possible that we are only one tree within an entire multiverse of multiverse, in a forest of imaginary trees. So like, then you have this, where you could just have 30 imaginary trees or more that are all doing this shenanigans in different ways, all with their own branching world lines and closed causal loops within closed causal loops, Matryoshka loops, right? And they all exist parallel to each other, and they die and come back. Like, it's just a friggin', I hate this. Goodbye. I don't like it. Don't like it. I think it's too messy. This is not the thing I was going to talk about. Sorry, I was going over supers and I was trying to answer a question about a super, and then I got distraction. Blue Cat, thank you for this super. We want to give you okay. We want to give you supers. I understand. If you're going to give me a cute little cow emoji like that, I understand. I appreciate it, but you don't need to do that. Anywho, the thing I wanted to talk about was not this. I wanted to talk about something else. I don't even want to talk about what they're thinking about doing with storytelling. I have a feeling that they've become too self-aware and they're going to start messing with things and it's going to get real funky real fast. But hey, what do I know? All right. So I'm gonna take a stab at a couple of things. Okay. Two of these are really easy, right? Two of these are super easy. This is obviously Nicole. This is obviously Varka. We don't have to talk about that. There is a new character that is mentioned. I believe. Maybe not. I'm pretty sure they're mentioned in voice line. There is a new young male character that's mentioned. That one probably is. Yeah, Lowen. They're not on the wiki yet. I don't remember who talks about them. But what I will say is that whoever, like this character, I think will become somewhat lore relevant, if only because he is named after this opera. Likely. Most likely. The thing about this opera is that this opera is connected to Parsifal, who I have spent much time connecting to Child. So, anyway, that's fun. Why do you guys keep talking about Opera GX? I am literally in Chrome. Amber mentioned Gretel in the Varessa event. I do not remember that. I do not remember that at all. Anyway, this had to do a lot with Swan Knights and things like that. It's a whole deal, but I think this will be interestingly relevant. If he doesn't have any feathers on his outfit, I will be very upset. That's all I'm saying. But he looks like a knight. He's got a pauldron and everything, so I think he's knight-ish. I think these two, I don't remember where, but I saw, I think Cat in the Blue Hat did one of their like 20 things you missed videos, and they pointed out these two characters that you can kind of see their silhouettes in there. So there's that. Nope. I didn't say you could do that yet. However, this character, couple of things. So I'll say this. It's not Alice. We know it's not Alice. It can't be Alice. Because if it was Alice, they would just put Alice there. They have a model for her. So whoever this is, we don't have a model for yet. I don't think it's Syndrome. It's not Syndrone unless they give her a complete outfit change and a very, very big one. I'm not just talking about changing some colors. Like, Wanderer basically kept his same silhouette when he got his outfit changed for the most part. And like everything else was pretty close, right? So I don't think it's Syndrone because Syndrone has a very wide skirt, even wider than this one here. And you do not see that here. This is a very thin, narrow skirt here. I don't think it's Syndrone. Unless they completely redesign her. And also, I think there's a higher res version of this image somewhere. What if it's one of the shades? They're not going to give us a shade. Not right now. What if it's Marianne? I mean, it could be. But they would have to give her, like, the reason why I don't think I'm not saying Syndrone won't be playable. Because, like, you have to remember that the 6 characters they show here are not the only 6 characters that they're going to give us. We know that. That's not what happened last time either. We got more characters than what were just on the teaser, I think. So whoever this is someone we haven't seen. Yeah, they're just the next 6 characters, right? Yeah. So my whole thing is that, like, if it's gonna be Sandrone, who I don't think it is, they would have to give her an entirely new silhouette. An entirely new silhouette. Because that skirt does not even come close to what Sandrone has currently. That's my whole thing. I have seen a higher res image of this. I think it was like for the promotional material that they did. Let's see if I can. Oops. Not you. I'm gonna see really quick if I can't find a higher res version of this. Because they did make a bigger one. And it was easier to look at. Oh, for crying out loud. I friggin' hate Reddit sometimes. Not sometimes. A lot of the time. But what I don't like is that oftentimes this image opens in Reddit and it's like, I want to zoom. Let me zoom. So annoying. Anyway, I was looking at the shoes and I think this is actually, it might just be from the live stream. The feet are together. To me, it looks like the feet are together. It also looks like they might have platform heels, would be my guess. It looks like they have shoes that have quite a bit of height on them. I wonder if it's not, going to be Anastasia. I feel like that would be really early to get the Saritsa. But I don't know. I don't know. It feels somewhat realistic to me if that's it. Mostly due to the silhouette. Mostly due to the silhouette. You can't imagine them cutting Nod Cry short. I don't know, man. Who would be the main push for the next region then? The thing is, we now have a playable moon. I don't know that an Archon holds quite the same importance that it used to. You know what I mean? I do think that it would be really early to get her. But it's also possible it's just another Sealy. It's also very possible it's just another Sealy. You agree with this as the Saritsa? Yeah. I know. Watch it be Guizhong. I mean, it could be. It could be. Anyway, that's really all I've got for this silhouette. It is very blurry. It is very small. But just looking at her silhouette, it's either a Leeway character or it's the Saritsa. That's what I'm going to guess. It's either Leeway. Well, I guess it could be Inazuma too. It's a very similar silhouette for Inazuma. I don't think it's Sandrone. I'm happy to be proven wrong. It's just like, that's a really weird silhouette for Sandrone if it is. Very weird. It's too narrow. It's too narrow. And I also think that if it was Sandrone, they would just put her right there. Like they wouldn't, I don't think they'd hide her. I really don't. I feel like that's really strange. The only reason they're hiding her is because we have not seen her model yet. And there must be something about her model that is somewhat spoiler-ish. And I don't think it's Alice, because Alice has much longer side trails than this. Unless it's a form change, which isn't impossible for... Like, again, when they do form changes, the silhouettes stay basically the same. I'm going to point to Wanderer again. When he got a redesign, there were some things that were different, but he was still very much almost the exact same silhouette. Very similar. Could it be Senora? Honestly, Senora would be believable for me. If Columbina went through a whole process and then decided to revive Senora, I would totally buy that. I would totally buy that. Would totally buy that. Partly because she would have to have a whole new silhouette anyway, because she needs to lose her coat. And she was never labeled as a playable character from the start, so that was a monster. She was labeled as a monster or an NPC. So she would need a whole new model anyway, and they would be removing her coat. So the only real change would be like the length of the trail of her skirt. So I would believe it. Really. Rosaline was a Tea Party friend. Yeah. I mean, she also does have a very narrow silhouette, all things considered. So they would just, like, they would cut the trail of her dress to make her probably more, you know, open world friendly, if that was the case. Not impossible, but my whole point is that, like, whoever this is, we haven't seen their model. They're not in game, and there has to be something about their model that is a spoiler. Those are the two things. Those are the two things. It also does... I don't even know that I would call her a tall model because, like, if you look at this one here, legs aren't necessarily, you know... I would argue that, you know, her legs almost look longer than Nicole's, and Nicole is much taller than her. So, like, I don't even think we can say it's a tall model. For sure. I mean... It's a Chi-Chi glow up. Isn't it too soon for us to be getting the Saritsa? Yeah, it is. The only reason why I would even consider this to be a possibility is entirely vibes based. And again, it goes back to that whole thing I said when I said that I really think Nod Cry was supposed to be the finale for Snezhnaya and a lot shorter than it is. But they flipped them. And so now they kind of have to change some of the aspects of Snezhnaya to match. That is my vibe-based hypothesis. And that's the only reason why I would think we would get Saritsa early. I think it's possible. I do. Is it likely? I don't know. I don't know. I don't have any other ideas. What if it's a third descender? The third descender isn't female. Or at least has never taken a female shape. So I don't think so. Why do I think Nod Cry was supposed to be the end of Snezhnaya? Because it is... if you look at the story of the game, that is the natural progression of things, right? Like, we've been going through the game, collecting the Gnosis, looking for our sibling, right? And we're supposed to go to Snezhnaya next, but we don't. But if we were to go to Snezhnaya, we would go there, we would confront the Saritsa, we would confront her plan, we would collect all of the Gnosis, and then there are two important things that would have happened, or that would make more sense happening. The first is that Columbina would leave the Fatui, because, you know, the deed is done. There's no more need for her. Now that they have no need for her, what does she do? What is her purpose now? She goes back to Nod Cry. She's right back where she started. And then you could have Dottore be like, wait a second, where did Dottore go? He's still on the loose. We didn't solve this problem. Where is he? Right? So now you're not hunting for Columbina so much as you're hunting for Dottore, and maybe you find Columbina. And now you escalate from just collecting the Gnosis from the Archons to fighting a Descender and getting a moon. That makes more sense from me from a natural story progression of, like, raising the stakes in a way that makes sense. It doesn't make sense to me to go from Natlan to Nod Cry, like, where we're helping an Archon, and then go to Nod Cry where we get a playable moon, fight a pseudo-descender, and then go back to an Archon. And back to the Gnosis plot, like that, like it feels really awkward. And Nod Cry is such a small island in and of itself with no expendable areas except for Pyramida, which isn't. Nod Cry is the same size as Chenyu Vale, roughly. That's a DLC for Liyue, right? Like, it's a small nation. Like, it's not really a nation that you build, like, you naturally would build an entire years-long content plan around. You know what I mean? The promo post has less crop version. Is the promo post a Twitter one? It probably is. Yeah. That is a low resolution. Very low resolution. These are all very low resolutions. Yeah. What was this one? I wanted to look at this one. These weren't all the characters that we got, though. Anyway. It would just make more sense to me if it was this way. Because, like, we haven't had an explorable area in a long time. Right? Like, we're on 6.3. We are finally getting our first explorable area, right? And there's no real room for much more expansions beyond this. Like, we're most likely going to get Dornmanport. That makes sense. It's been mentioned a few times. So we'll probably get that. But there's, like, no plans that we're going to get Blackcliff Forge or really anywhere else. You know what I mean? We're not getting Mare Javari. Doesn't seem like it. There's no real room because we're going to go from 6.3. 6.4 likely isn't going to have anything in it, any explorable area in it, because we just had one in 6.3. So then they'd have to put one in 6.5, 6 and 7 if we wanted to have, you know, more stuff. But they're not going to put anything in 7, likely, because 7 would have to be summer stuff. So unless the summer stuff is permanent, like it was in Natlan, which it might be, like that would be our other extension. So like we're basically looking at one other extension. So 3 extensions this patch cycle, which isn't much. And I feel like if it was Snezhnaya, we would have had a lot more explorable area. But we've been bone dry on the exploration for a long time. They rarely do exploration areas back to back. They could, but they rarely do. Wouldn't 6.8 be the summer stuff if they're doing a 6.8? They may not. Do you think we'll ever get Barbaloth? Probably eventually. I mean, we're getting Nicole. It looks like Alice is at least looking to be somewhat playable. So I don't see why we wouldn't get Barbaloth. But if we do get her, she won't be an old lady. Don't get your hopes up. Hoyo is a coward. They will not give us old women. It's not going to happen. I mean, they'll be like 1,000 years old, but they won't have a single wrinkle on their face. I didn't say I was going to wrap up an hour ago. I said I'm going to cover one more topic and wrap up. This is still that one more topic. Noxus, thank you for the super. My friend who works at Hoyo says it's Tourette. Trust female Dottore, a female doctor. That would be kind of funny. Madam Ping too. I mean, they're going to give us young Ping if they give us Ping. It was not just one and no, it was one. I said I was going to end by talking about the 6th character. We're still talking about the 6th character. Doing what I said I'm doing. Imagine Deirdre is a new playable character. I don't know. Anyway, that's my whole spiel on why I think Nod Cry should have come at the end. It would have made more sense to end with Dottore as the crescendo piece, launching us into the next cycle. And also introducing the sitter. It's going to feel really weird to go from a patch that involves not only a pseudo-descender, but also one of the sinners. And then go to Snezhnaya, and are we going to find another sinner there? Is that what we're going to... Are we going to elevate again, I don't know. Like the stakes feel mismatched for the pacing of the story. And again, this is entirely vibes based. Like if I were a writer writing this story, that's how I would have constructed it. Like this feels like I took chapter 10 and made it chapter 9 on accident. It's just what it feels like to me. Do you ever think we'll get a 5-star version of the Traveler at the end? You do know that the Traveler is a 5-star, right? They are technically a 5-star. Maybe Shade's next version. You mean like in Snezhnaya? I don't think so. Because the thing is there's still something after Snezhnaya. There's Conria. We still haven't dealt with Conria. We still don't know what Conria's deal is. It's like, it just feels weird that we're kind of raising the stakes to that level now and not later. I don't know. I could be wrong. That could be Sandrone. It could be. They could change all of the silhouettes of her. They could give her a complete remodel and that could be her. It could. But I think that it's a bit of a mistake to try and predict this part with any accuracy, honestly. Because, like, it was broken their patterns, and I don't necessarily think it was for the better. Like, they've made a lot of improvements to a lot of their storytelling methods. They've recognized a lot of their shortcomings, which I appreciate. But I also think that this kind of also shot themselves in the foot. I really think they shot themselves in the foot with swapping this around. They could have done the same stakes elevation with Snezhnaya, in my opinion. I really think they could have. I don't think they needed to break out Columbina moon lore at this point. I think they should have spent a year easing everyone into it first. But that's my opinion. I am not a writer. Therefore, I don't get a say. So, you take that with a grain of salt. Or a whole shaker if you're feeling feisty. Anyway, a collab character. Yeah, we'll never see that coming. Aloy 2, let's go. Yeah. All right, well, I think that's really all I had to add. I think everything else was either covered by Piero still hasn't shown up. He could be something in Snezh. Yeah, he could, but like he should have been here first. Imagine it's not going to be Thelindis. They're not going to do Thelindis. It would honestly, if they ever made Thelindis playable, they would have a hell of a time doing her redemption arc. That would be one hell of a redemption arc if they had to do that. That'd be very difficult for them to do. I don't think that's a thing. But, you know, the lore is still good. That's all I really care about. Lore and themes and things I can learn is like my primary thing. I haven't had a lot of faith in the writers telling a particularly excellent story in a very long time. But they're always introducing me to new things I can learn about. So I'm on board for that. Yeah, okay, I think I'm done. I don't have anything else to say. I think I covered just about everything that I wanted to talk about. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. I know this is off topic, but when are you going to make more ZZZ lore and story vids, or are you not doing those anymore? Okay. I'm not going to get into a whole thing. But since we're here, let's talk a little bit about channel update stuff. You should at least know what I'm working on. I have no plans right now to do anything for Zenless Zone 0. None. 0. I haven't made anything for them this entire patch cycle. I don't intend to make anything for them for the rest of the version 2 cycle. Without getting into the weeds, I don't like version 2. There's very little I enjoy about it at all. I don't know what happened to the writers. I think they overcorrected on a lot of the gameplay elements. I think they made a game for everyone and in turn made a game for nobody. And I'm just not enthused about it anymore for that reason. I'll be watching version 3 to see what they do with it. I'm not hopeful about version 3 because I thought version 2 was that disappointing personally. And I don't think the gameplay combat aspect of it is good enough for me to, want to keep playing it just for that. I mean, it's good. It's just not the only thing that can keep me engaged. You know what I mean? If they can fix a lot of their problems in version 3, I'll consider coming back and making some stuff for it. But like, I don't want to make content about stuff that I'm not interested in or not excited about, or at least not, I don't want to make content about stuff I actively dislike. I think that does a disservice to me. I think it does a disservice to the game. I think it does a disservice to the people who are enjoying themselves. I think that content should be made by people who are really enjoying the stuff that they're producing. So, if Zenless Zone Zero fixes the problems that I have with it in version 3, I'll come back and make content for it. If they don't, then I'm done. You know what I mean? Star Rail for me is a little bit of a slightly different case because Star Rail is, to me, Star Rail isn't even a game. Star Rail is a movie that I watch once every 6 weeks. It's like watching an episodic TV show, but like they release one extremely long episode every 6 weeks. That is Star Rail to me because like you log in, you play for 3 minutes and you're done. Like it's something that you just kind of auto battle forget about and you don't do anything else for it once the story's done. Like I don't do the end game. I don't do anything. Like I don't need powerful characters as long as I can get through the story quests at this, like the story portion of it, like when they have combat sections or whatever. I don't need to do any of that. It's just not necessary and it's not fun. I don't find the gameplay of Star Rail fun at all. But there are a lot of things that I find interesting about the stories. I will say after Amphorius, I don't know what they're going to do with 3.0. Or sorry, the version 4. I don't know what they're doing with that. I'm sticking around for version 4 to see how everything unfolds. I do think I'll do less Star Rail theories this year. I'm finding theories very hard to do, or in the style that I've been doing them, with this new method of Hoyo releasing 6 hours of story every 6 weeks for 7 consecutive patches. That's been really difficult for me, theory-wise. So with Star Rail, I do feel like doing the episodic recaps with some theories and stuff inside of those has been much more enjoyable for me. It's also given me the opportunity to do the things I like, which is like learning about other things and explaining things that happen, highlighting stuff that I thought was cool, all that kind of stuff. So I do like that. Genshin has been tricky to navigate in that respect. Hopefully they gave us a better roadmap for Snezhnaya so that I can plan a little better. That would be nice. And then we'll see what happens from there. But that's kind of where I'm at so far with content-wise this year. So do I plan on doing one for 3.8? Do you remember my world line diagram? Do you remember that? The world line do you remember that? That is 3.8. That's the whole thing. The whole thing is it was just a fucking dream. That is the whole quest. You don't have to care about any of it. This is the director's cut. It's the film from the cutting room floor. The stuff that they were like, we could put this in the original quest, but let's not. And then they're just like, but it actually didn't happen. That's it. That's the whole thing. You don't need to know any of it. It just, none of it happened. Everything that happened, but it didn't happen. It's just the director's cut of the movie. That's it. That's all that is. Everything that happened in Penacony also still happened in Penacony. Nothing changed. So no, I don't want to do it because I just had a 70-minute crash out about time travel. And I don't want to do it again. I'm hurting a lot. The pain. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Also, I'm still working on the total recap for Amphorius, like the 3.0 to 3.7. I'm doing the entire recap for the whole thing. I'm still working on that. And I would rather put my effort into that than to try and do whatever the hell 3.8 is. Because to me, 3.8 is just revisiting Penacony. And honestly, the recap I did of Penacony is still accurate enough for me to leave it. I don't want to go back and retcon the whole thing. I'm glad that Firefly got her time in the sun. I'm glad she got her well-deserved, honestly, character development that she was totally missing from the original Penacony quest. That was great. I'm glad the Annihilation gang got an actual mention and we actually know what's up with them now. That's fantastic. Glad we kind of know what's up with Finality, but also screw Finality. I hate world lines mixed with closed causal loops. I hate it. I hate it so much. Thanks for nothing, you black cats. Don't like it. Robin got characterization too. Like this, it was just director's cut. It's all the stuff that was supposed to be in the original Penacony. That's it. You don't like it. I would have been a lot happier if they just went back and added those scenes to the original Penacony quest and then said, hey, you can replay the quest now. I would have been so much happier with that. How will they portray Edo Star because of politics? Thank you for the super chat, Evelyn. I don't know. I mean, obviously it's not called Edo Star. And they're calling it something else now. So there's that. So, I mean, the thing is, China and Japan have a very long shared history. So I think a lot of the stuff that they intended to be very true to its Japanese influence, they're just going to twist and alter to make it Chinese. Make it more Chinese. That's not too hard to do. I mean, it's more realistic than thinking they're gonna, redo a lot of assets from the world and everything. So there's that. Plain Arcadia. Yeah, Plain Arcadia. Elio saw I would crash out on their new script and chose it. Yeah, probably. Interesting in the new Hoyo Mind Rock game I know is still in early development. Which one? There are 9 of them. You know what, though? Here's the thing. Here's the other thing. I'm still talking about channel stuff for this upcoming year. It's okay if you guys don't want to hear this. You don't have to stick around for this. This is just, my plans going forward. New year, new resolve. I am really sick of one idea. I'm really, one of the things that drew me to Zenless Zone Zero was that it was a game that had all of Hoyo's polish and attention to detail, but without its one idea. The problem is, it now has the one idea in it. Like they keep going back to the same concept and rehashing it and remixing it over and over and over again. And it's like Hoyo is the Olive Garden. And they specialize in pasta. They have 1,000 types of pasta on the menu, but it's all pasta. And I am sick of the Olive Garden, frankly. Like, I'm looking at Hoyo being like, give me something new and interesting. Because even games like Honkai Anima Nexus, or whatever it is, even games like that, you read the lore and you can see the hints of the one idea shining through. I'm sure Petite Planet is the same way. I'm sure whatever the Rain City one is also the same way. It might not look like it on the surface, but I guarantee you at year 2, you're going to start seeing the one idea pop up again. It's Evangelion and Fate in a blender. That's it. That's all they do. So, I mean, I love pasta, don't get me wrong. But I don't want to eat it for every meal every day. I'm looking for, I would like something new. So if you see me do a lot more stuff for other types of games this year, it's because I'm trying not to burn out on one idea. Because the same thing over and over again, I get real tired. So I'm gonna be trying some other games. I might be trying some other types of content too, as well. Because I want to have fun with things. And one idea gets kind of old and not so fun after a while. Have I seen the Detective Fairy Tale game that's in beta testing? You mean Silver Palace? Yes. I'm going to play the beta for that live on stream because I feel like it. I'm going to do that. We're going to play Silver Palace. I'm also looking to play Arknight's Enfield. I do want to try that. I love strategy games. And Arknight's Enfield looks like a really fun strategy game. And it actually looks like Hyperglyph might have the balls to not overhaul their entire game based on a couple of vocal player feedback responses. So there's that. There's a couple other really interesting games I'm looking at in the live service space. But I don't really want to just play live service games, and I don't expect to stick with all of them for sure. I really want to play some other games. I've been playing some vintage games from my collection recently. I've been playing Shadow Hearts. I replayed Golden Sun with a friend recently. That was fun. And I think I'm just going to be going through my old collection because, like, I want to remember what it was like when the big games industries made games for people and not just everybody. And there's a lot of great indie games coming out that I really like, that I really want to, sink my teeth into, that I have been playing, I've been looking into. But I just think that it's good to branch out a bit more. Branch out some more. Do some other things. Have I played Expedition 33? Yes, it's very good. They do one of the things I don't like at the very end, but that's okay because it is able to be rationalized in a way that I find quite satisfying, so it's good. Have I played Silksong? No, but I have watched other people play it. I am horrific at platformers. And Silksong's notoriously not very kind. And neither is Hollow Knight. 13 Sentinels? No, don't give me time travel games. There's only like 2 instances where time travel works for me. One is where it's an actual game mechanic and it's very simple and it's very restrictive. It works for me in that case. And 2 is where it is the entire focus of the entire game. Like Steins Gate, which I know isn't just a game. But like its entire focus is just on the concept of time travel and the repercussions and things. Like those are the only 2 instances where I have an okay time with time travel. Everything in between I absolutely despise. And I will actively avoid. That is true. I did not actually sit down and play Expedition 33 yet, although I did buy it. I do have it on Steam. But what happened was I didn't know what it was, so I watched a live streamer. Well, I should call him a Let's Player because he's still an old school Let's Player, who was playing it. And I'm just like, I want to see what this game is about. And I watched him go all the way up through that first emotional moment, right? And then I was like, oh no, I can't actually like stop here. But I also didn't have time to actually sit down and play a full RPG. And I'm just like, I'm just going to keep watching. So I kept watching. And then before I knew it, I just watched the whole thing. So I do still have to like go and like physically play it for myself. It is a type of game that I actually do like to play. And I'm going to make time to actually sit down and play it myself. But I have watched the whole thing. It's one of those, I'm a binger. I have to do everything in one sitting. I'm sure you guys have games. This happened to me with Resident Evil, which is a really funny thing to say. I have played one Resident Evil game and I remembered none of it because it happened like when I was really young. But then they started doing the remakes of it and I'm just like, everyone keeps mentioning Resident Evil and this thing and that thing and I want to know what it's all about. So I found someone who like made a timeline of the Resident Evil games, and so I started with one of them and then I just binged the whole series. So I haven't played anything but like one Resident Evil, which I didn't even beat. I got, I don't know, maybe halfway through and I never finished it. But like I know everything that happens in it because I was just like once you start watching, you just have to keep going. I do have to replay. I'm going to call it Replay Expedition 33, but I do actually have to do that because it is the type of gameplay that I like. Why do I hate time travel? Because it's annoying as fuck. If it's a gameplay mechanic, it's like simple and it's straightforward and it's like, okay, I don't have to think too deeply about this. When it's the main focus of the game or the story, right? Like Doctor Who or Interstellar, anything like that, right? You're looking at those. Those are all about time traveling and the repercussions of time traveling. You've got like the butterfly effect. You've got like all those kinds of games, Groundhog Day, those kind of things. Like you look at those sorts of stories and you're like, okay, this is all about time travel and the repercussions of it. When you go in between those 2 points, everything falls apart. Because the question is always like, why don't you just rewind time? Why don't you just rewind time? Why don't you just rewind time? And then how come you can rewind time here, but you can't do it here? Like the people who write stories in between those 2 points either don't think deeply enough about it to write themselves reliable rules that they obey, or it's so loosey-goosey that the whole thing is just Deus Ex Machina up and down the whole thing. I just freaking hate it. And sometimes you end up with stuff like that Star Rail thing where you got closed causal loops inside of world lines inside of a closed causal loop, which I freaking hate. That's even worse. Nested timeline theory is my beloved. So I just don't like it. I don't like it when they don't think through things. Maybe I just have lost the ability to just enjoy things for the sake of enjoying things when it comes to storytelling. But like, I can't do it. I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate it. R99 is one of the games that could do it really well. But when it came out, I was A, super, super busy, did not have time for another game, and B, really burned out on time travel anyway. And I do try to avoid time travel if it's like put in front of me. Like if you tell me, oh, this game has some time travel in it, or this person goes back to the past to do, I'm just like, that goes far down my list. And then when things fall down my list, they just don't come back up. So I've heard good things about R99's story though. But don't expect me to pick it up because if I can avoid time travel, I will. Anyway, I'm done. That's my channel update. That's my channel update. I don't have anything else to say. Also, my voice is going, which is fun. Played any Final? I don't like that. I don't. Okay, I actively don't like Final Fantasy. There are 2 Final Fantasy games I enjoyed, and I don't like the rest of them. And I'm just a Final Fantasy hater. Don't ask me about Final Fantasy. I'm not good. Said I'm done like a half an hour ago. Yeah, I know. I do that a lot. I like 7 and 9, but not the new one. Golden Sun 2 when? Golden Sun 2 is out. Are you talking about Golden Sun 4? Because there's a 3. Have I heard the theory that Columbina was torn to pieces when passing through the moon gate and Lunatar is her heart and all of the Kuhenki are the shreds of her body? I haven't, but that's a cool theory. I like how everyone is very Fight Club about Golden Sun 3. That's fair. It's actually not a bad game. It just is unfinished and it will never be finished, and it's annoying. But I didn't play 12, and I don't think I will. I don't want to play anymore. I just don't like Final Fantasy. It's just not my thing. Never has been. Anyway, I'm gonna go now. I'm done. We're good. I don't think anyone has any more questions. I don't have anything else to say. My voice is about shot. Levi's looking at me like, hey, where's my cuddle time? It's long past his cuddle time. Kutar from Kuhenki and Luonotar? No, that's not how it works. Kuhenki means moon spirit, and Kutar means moon maiden, and Luonotar means it's like that's the name of a creation goddess. Like that's a real thing. I don't think they would split it like that. That would be very, very strange. Yeah, it's another name for Ilmatar. It's not what you think it is. Anyway, I'm gonna go now. I'm gonna go. Okay? Okay, I'm gonna go.